Good morning and welcome to the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing and public meeting of April 25th, 2023. We'll begin this morning by taking attendance, and I will ask our General Counsel, Mark Silberman, to call the roll.
Chair Carroll.
Here.
Vice Chair Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Chu.
Here.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum.
Here.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Here.
Commissioner Lutfi. Commissioner Master.
Here.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Here.
All right, good morning and welcome again to the April 25th, 2023 public hearing and public meeting of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. We will begin this morning with a public hearing for a proposed designation that the research department has prepared and will be presenting today. And then we will move to our public hearing for applications for work on designated properties. And so we'll start with our research item, and I will turn it over to our and I do want to note this meeting is being held via Zoom and live streamed on our YouTube channel. And if you would like to testify on any items, you may do so by going to our website, where you can find the Zoom link to join the meeting so that you can participate when we take testimony. And if you would just like to watch the proceedings, you may do so by going to our YouTube channel. And with that, I will turn it over to Kate Lemus McHale, our Director of Research, to take us through the research department's proposal today.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. The item number 1 this morning is LP 2659, the former Colored School number 4 at 128 West 17th Street in Manhattan, Block 792, Lot 53. Item proposed for a public hearing this morning is a 3-story school building built in 1849 to 50 by the Public School Society of New York City and used by African American students and teachers from 1860 to 1894. This was something that we've done a lot of research on. It was calendared in February, and we're really grateful also to the research of Eric Washington on this item. Presenting this morning is Mary Ann Hurley.
Good morning, commissioners. The former Colored School number 4 was built in 1849-50 and is Manhattan's only known surviving colored school, as schools serving African American students were called at that time. It is an important reminder of racially segregated education in New York City, spanning the period between the Civil War and the post-Reconstruction period. In addition to illustrating what a small New York City public school looked like before the Civil War, it also shows us how education afforded crucial opportunities and skills to Black students as they struggled against the discrimination and inequities that were part of their daily lives. The proposed landmark site is the tax lot located mid-block on the south side of West 17th Street, between 6th and 7th Avenues in the South Chelsea neighborhood of Manhattan. The photograph view is looking west along West 17th Street and shows the former Colored School number 4 at the left. The school building was constructed in 1849 by the Public School Society of New York City, then responsible for public education. It was designed as a primary school that could accommodate 300 children ages 5 to 7, using the model primary school house plan shown in the elevation at the left. Boys and girls used separate entrances and occupied separate floors. Girls on the 2nd floor and boys on the 3rd. The 1854 Paris map shows the building under the star shortly after it was constructed. The New York Board of Education replaced the Public School Society in 1853. And in the 1850s, following state legislation, authorizing local governments to create separate schools for Black children, The Board of Education created segregated schools identified as, quote, schools for colored children, unquote. This building became a colored school in 1860, serving both primary and grammar school levels, ages 5 to 14. At that time, there were 8 racially separated public schools in Manhattan, serving 2,377 students. The school's immediate neighborhood, just north of Greenwich Village, was home to modest row houses, 3 churches, including the African Union Church on West 15th Street, a brewery, a lumber yard, and other commercial and industrial buildings. After the state's Civil Rights Act of 1873, public schools were supposed to be open to all children, but the segregated schools continued. In 1879, several years later, the former colored school number 4 was included in this bird's eye view of Manhattan and labeled C4, C for colored. There were 2 additional colored schools, colored grammar schools noted on the map. Colored school number 1 on Mulberry Street and colored school number 3 on West 41st Street, but neither of them are standing today. The photograph shows the former school building as it appeared in 1908 when it was leased to veterans associations. Two other examples of New York City's 19th century schools for African Americans are shown above. The former colored school number 3, built 1879, is the only known example remaining in Brooklyn and was designated an individual landmark in 1998. Former colored school number 48 in Jamaica, Queens was built in 1886, but it is no longer standing. The post-Reconstruction era of African American history is an important period that is less well represented by landmark designations. This designation would represent that history and the African American community living on the west side of Manhattan. Since the colonial era, literacy and education have been important priorities within the African American community as avenues toward civil liberties and a means of advancement despite racist discrimination and segregation. The New York City's education of Black students began with the African Free School, established by the Manumission Society as a charity in 1785 for boys, and by the time it was incorporated in 1794, educated girls as well. An early schoolhouse built on Mulberry Street in 1815 is shown here in a drawing by one of the students. A number of graduates of the African Free Schools became prominent community and national leaders, including Henry Highland Garnet. He became an important abolitionist and editor. In 1834, the African Free Schools were incorporated into the Public School Society of New York City. Manhattan's African American community became the target of racist violence during the New York City draft riots, which engulfed the city on July 13, 1863. Racial tensions erupted in reaction to new federal laws requiring men to fight within the Union Army in the ongoing Civil War. Over the course of several days, violent attacks targeted African Americans, houses of abolitionists, Black churches, and institutions such as the former colored school number 4. Rioters stormed the school building, but the staff kept the mob out, keeping the children safe. Those rioters then attacked other innocent victims across the street. The former colored school number 4 is one of those few buildings that remain as important reminders of that history. The former colored school number 4 was associated with important African-American teachers and students. Sarah J. Tompkins Garnett, who married Henry Highland Garnett, became the principal of former colored school number 4 in 1863, just months before the draft riots. She was one of the first African-American women principals within the city's school system. Her family members were well-to-do Brooklyn farmers and merchants, and she was particularly well-known and esteemed, not only as a prominent educator, but also as an ardent suffragist and a champion of social justice. She helped found the Equal Suffrage League of Brooklyn, a group affiliated with the National Federation of Colored Women's Clubs. In addition to Sarah Tompkins Garnett, another very distinguished teacher at the school was Joan Imogene Howard. Her first teaching position after graduating from the Normal College in Boston, was at colored school number 4. While in Manhattan, she earned a Master of Arts degree and later represented New York State on the Board of Women Managers at Chicago's Columbian Exposition in 1893. Many students who attended the school went on to become prominent leaders in education, music, and management. Susan Elizabeth Frazier became New York City's first African-American teacher assigned to an integrated public school in 1896, but only after a legal battle. Up until then, Black teachers did not teach in schools with white students. Walter F. Craig was a violinist, composer, and orchestra leader known for his many recitals in both classical and contemporary music. James H. Williams became a highly respected and influential supervisor and was known as the chief of the Red Cap Porters at Grand Central Terminal. These prominent teachers and graduates excelled within their areas of expertise, even as they struggled for civil liberties and opportunities. Manhattan removed the word colored from the names of public schools in 1886. The former colored school number 4 became known as Grammar School number 81, but it continued to serve African American students until it closed 8 years later in 1894. When it closed, it was one of 2 schools taught solely by African American teachers. After 1894, the building no longer served as a school, but remained in city ownership. It was leased to various veterans associations in the early 20th century. By 1936, the Department of Sanitation was using it as one of their facilities, and it remains the building's owner today. The former school retains its original 25-foot wide facade and footprint and the configuration of its original 4-bay model primary schoolhouse design. Although the front facade was updated in 1936 with beige brick and more recently with metal doors and windows at the first story, it still retains its overall form, roofline, window and door pattern, all features that reflect its years as a school. Incredibly, the first story still retains its characteristic 2 entries separating boys and girls, and its historic wood multi-pane double-hung windows at the 2nd and 3rd stories. These generously sized windows figure prominently in the Public School Society's plan, and they proudly noted that they could be, quote, moved up and down at pleasure for ventilation, unquote. After careful study, staff determined that the building retains a majority of the character-defining features that reflect its period of significance in the 19th century. The building's enduring presence illustrates how New York City's public educational system served African American students during the city's period of mandated racially segregated schools. Because of its importance to the history of antebellum education in New York City and its service to African Americans in the 19th century, the research department recommends former colored school number 4 as an individual landmark. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Marianne, and thank you, Kate, for bringing this proposal to us. Commissioners, before we move to public testimony, does anyone have any questions for the staff? Okay, so I think what we'll do next is we'll move to our public testimony. And as always, we will start with anyone who signed up in advance and then, of course, get to everyone else. So we ask that all members who have joined the meeting and would wish to testify, raise your hand so that we can identify you. And please raise your hand whether or not you signed up in advance, just so that we can find your list easily through the list of it, find your name through the list of attendees. So I will turn it over to our Executive Director, Lisa Kersavage, to take us through the testimony.
Okay, great. And I just want to reiterate what Chair Carroll said, to please raise your hand whether or not you've signed up, so we make sure that you're also ready to speak. Okay, I'm going to start with Carrie Keenan. And I'm bringing you in as a panelist.
Good morning.
Morning. And please do state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair Carroll and members of the commission. I'm Carrie Keenan, and I am the co-chair of Manhattan Community Board 4's Chelsea Land Use Committee. Both the committee, sorry, my doorbell rang. Both the committee, sorry, always. Both the committee and the full board enthusiastically support the designation of 128 West 17th Street, or former colored school number 4, as a landmark. In a letter sent to LPC in November of 2021, Manhattan Community Board 4 voted unanimously to support the request for evaluation of colored school number 4 for designation as an individual landmark. The school is a critical reminder of the city's segregationist education policy and history, which is not yet widely discussed or well understood. It is vital to preserve this last remaining colored school in Manhattan to commemorate African-American heritage in the city. There is a precedent for designating 128 West 17th as a landmark. In January of 1998. Sorry. LPC designate. Chewy. Shh. I apologize. In January 1998, LPC designated color school number 3 at 270-276 Union Avenue in Brooklyn as a landmark. That 1.5-story building located in Williamsburg is the only known colored school remaining in Brooklyn. 128 West 17th is a 3-story building owned by New York City's Department of Sanitation, who has also voiced support for designation. It is currently unoccupied. The building is remarkably structurally intact, even retaining the small paned windows on its facade seen in historic photos. Its cultural and historic significance can't be overstated. It's Manhattan's only known surviving example of a racially segregated school from the period between the Civil War through the post-Reconstruction era, and has many notable graduates who went on to become leaders and community builders, including former principal Sarah J. Garnett, for whom Chelsea's PS 11 was renamed last year, just a few blocks away. Importantly, designation of this historic site would align with LPC's commitment to the equality framework, specifically recognizing the African-American experience as being central to New York City since its earliest colonial settlement, and the lives, history, and culture of New York's Black residents, leaders recognized in landmark and historic districts throughout the city. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Eric Washington. And thanks to the thousands of community members who have publicly supported this designation. Apologies for the dog.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Okay, next I'm going to call Eric Washington.
Good morning, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. My name is Eric. Oh, hold on. Am I on?
Yes, you're on. Sorry, I had a little bit of a mix-up. We can hear you, but not see you. Eric, you've been brought in as a panelist, so you should be able to unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you choose. There you go.
All righty. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Eric K. Washington. I'm a researcher, historian, and author. I first became aware of the 19th century schoolhouse at 128 West 17th Street while researching my biography, Boss of the Grips, The Life of James H. Williams in the Red Caps of Grand Central Terminal, about a once noted Harlem figure who graduated from the school in the 1890s. It was myself who submitted the request for evaluation to the Commission 4.5 years ago. Needless to say, I support this building's designation as an individual cultural landmark, and I would add now more so than ever. The proposed designation of this former racial caste school is timely. In light of the integral Black presence in our great 4 centuries old city, it speaks to the woeful absence of sites that attest to that history. It's also timely given the cynical trend of current events. Considering the degree to which we're witnessing the bowdlerization of African-American history texts, banning of books, and legislated undermining of democratic norms, the prospect of preserving this stalwart little building appears not only righteous, but essential. Built circa 1850, the unassuming 3-story structure was for 34 years, from 1860 until 1894, relegated to African-American students and teachers. Called Colored School Number 4, for expediency, it was actually known successively as Colored School Number 7, then Colored School Number 4, and finally Grammar School Number 81. The schoolhouse housed both a daytime primary and grammar school for children, as well as an evening school for adults. And the latter also admitted working children over 10 who had day jobs. The school served the numerous working class African-American families of what was then part of the southern fringe of the so-called Tenderloin precinct. And its decades-long use spanned the antebellum and Civil War eras, Reconstruction era, Gilded Age, and Progressive era. In spring 1863, Sarah J.S. Tompkins, later Garnett, replaced the late principal Charlotte Smith and began her own 31-year tenure as the school's driving spirit. And within just months, the infamous New York City draft riots tested her mettle. A white mob attacked the school in session. Barricading the doors, Tompkins' teachers effectively thwarted the rioters' evil mission. But that scene of savage terror remained vivid months later to those colored children under the charge of Mrs. Tompkins, showing gratitude for their escape from death during the late riots. And though Sarah Garnett was the school's most prominent figure, we'd be remiss to overlook the scores of other teachers, students, and visitors of consequence, too numerous to list here, who passed through the school's doors. And by the time the school closed in 1894, by then as Grammar School Number 81, Garnett's diligent core of African-American teachers had long made it a singular pillar of the Black community. It had been integral to an informal network of other late 19th century Black schools, churches, enterprises, missions, and societies that anchored Lower Manhattan's growing African-American enclaves as they drifted upwards to the West Side neighborhoods like Hell's Kitchen and San Juan Hill. Its graduates and teachers were the progenitors of myriad citizen leaders who would effectively build the community of Harlem, even farther uptown, into the renowned 20th century capital of Black America. The former Colored School Number 4 bears witness. But we should rally to safeguard this building not merely because of the injustice and disenfranchisement that it has withstood, rather because it stands as a hopeful waypoint that's capable of offering a principled appreciation of New York City's complex, centuries-long African-American experience. I'm heartened by the dozens of letters and the nearly 3,000 petition signatures and comments of support that I've already shared with the Commission. I respectfully request that the Commissioners assure the designation of former Colored School Number 4. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next I'm going to call Sally Greenspan. Hey, Sally, you've been brought in. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. I'm Sally Greenspan. I'm president of the Council of Chelsea Block Associations, and I'm speaking on behalf of our community. I thank you, Chair Carroll, and the rest of the commissioners for this opportunity. We support the landmark designation of Colored School Number 4 nestled in our Chelsea community on 17th Street. Perhaps we are more passionate about this designation because indeed this historic building is our neighbor. In January 2021, we were greatly heartened when LPC established a, quote, equity framework, promising to ensure diversity and inclusion in designations to make sure that we are telling the stories of all New Yorkers. We are before you today to make sure the Commission and Chairwoman Sarah Carroll deliver on that promise. The former Colored School Number 3, built in 1881 in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, was declared a landmark in 1998 by the then independent city of Brooklyn. Good for Brooklyn. Now it's Manhattan's turn to stand up for history. Colored School Number 4 was built in 1853, almost 30 years before Number 3. Until 1894, the building was utilized for both day and evening sessions by Black children and teachers. While architecturally speaking, the building may not be remarkable, it retains its historic 4-bay facade configuration and includes separate entrances for boys and girls. A huge design statement can be made by restoring the original and striking dark brick facade. But as so eloquently stated by the historian and leading advocate for this landmark status, Eric Washington, who just spoke to you, he said, quote, "When you walk by the building, it's not going to stop you in your tracks because of its ornateness. The ornateness comes from the souls that inhabited the place." Graduates of School Number 4 were important players in the social infrastructure of New York. They included musicians, orators, ministers, abolitionists, and importantly, the ancestors of our vibrant and Black community of today. Last year, Community Board voted unanimously to support the building's designation as a landmark. Because the building is owned by the city, this designation should be easier to mandate along with an easier conversion for public use. CCBA urges LPC to deliver on its promise for historic equity and enshrine Colored School Number 4's distinguished legacy as an educational institution. Please acknowledge the school's historic soul today by protecting it for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'm going to call Kennedy Witters. Hey, Kennedy, we've brought you in as a panelist. There we go. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Great. Hi, good morning. Thank you, Chair Carroll and LPC commissioners. My name is Kennedy Witters. I'm an architect in Queens who specializes in historic preservation and the founder, owner, and principal of Workshop Kilowatt, home to Unredacted Facts that advocates for unredacted historical narratives, Beyond Integrity and X that advocates for landmarking processes that go beyond architectural integrity to cultural significance, and Black and Historic Preservation that highlights the contributions of Black people to historic preservation and heritage conservation. It is through the Black and Historic Preservation Twitter page that Mr. Eric K. Washington contacted me about the gem before us, and I am thankful that he asked me to participate in today's hearing. It is with great excitement that I share this letter of support for New York City landmark status of former Colored School Number 4, located in the Chelsea neighborhood of Manhattan. As the last extant former colored school that New York City's Department of Education established during the legal segregation of public education in the city, it is important to edify its significance in the city's public memory as a New York City individual landmark. According to New York City's designation criteria on the LPC's website, to become an individual landmark, a building must be at least 30 years old. Tradespeople built the school between 1849 and 1850, making it over 170 years old. A building must also have special character or special historical or aesthetic interests or value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the city, state, or nation. As many have said, architecturally speaking, the building still has elements of its model primary schoolhouse plan. As previously stated, its years of construction were 1849 to 1850. According to research at the City University of New York, slavery officially ended in New York in 1827. However, white people continued to enslave Black people in other ways. This means that the likelihood of Black students and teachers of the school and their immediate relatives being formerly enslaved by white people in New York City or other states in the US is high. Therefore, viewing history as a continuum, former Colored School No. 4's history extends beyond its history as a school, but as a site tied to the institution that played a significant role in the development of New York City, New York State, and the US slavery. This existence was not only a school for Black students at a time when the city provided segregated education, it was also a place of refuge for Black people from a system designed and supported by white people to suppress their ability to thrive, let alone survive in a city advertised as a land of opportunity. Although the past periods of legal segregation were traumatic, it is important to hold on to tangible remnants of this past to not repeat it. Former Colored School No. 4, one of the few extant structures in the network of former colored schools in New York City, is a part of the visible architecture of the past that represents the invisible demographic, invisible ancestors of our present neighborhoods. In this case, it is the Black African-American people who once occupied the neighborhood we now call Chelsea and is worthy of landmark designation. Thank you so much for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and next I'm going to call Jamal Martin. Or Jamal, excuse me. Hey, Jamal Martin, you've been brought in as a panelist. You just need to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Please state
all
your
right.
name for the records, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning, LPC Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jamal Martin. I'm the Minnepace Fellow of Land Use Law at the Municipal Art Society. So the Municipal Art Society supports the landmark designation of the former Colored School No. 4 and the adaptive reuse of the building for interpretation of notable African-American history. This is an important site in 19th century African-American narrative that would make a significant contribution to LPC's commitment to prioritizing designations related to African-American cultural and historical places. For more than 130 years, MAS has advocated for the preservation of New York City's built environment to retain the architectural, historical, and cultural importance of our city's rich history. Former Colored School No. 4, an almost 175-year-old building, is a rare example of a schoolhouse design that documents New York City's 19th century segregated school system of public education for African-American children. In fact, the former Colored School No. 4 is Manhattan's only surviving African-American schoolhouse, spanning the period between Civil War through Reconstruction, post-Reconstruction era, and may be the oldest public education facility for the borough of Manhattan. The preservation of this formerly segregated school is also an opportunity to bring citywide recognition to the significance it has had in African-American history. As demonstrated by the people who taught and learned there, the broader story of the school is an exemplary site of Black community pertinacity in the face of ignorable tradition of racially segregated schools and education. And it makes it a critical element of the city's reckoning with institutional racism and equity-based preservation initiatives. The building has enormous potential for adaptive reuse, including a museum or a community center focusing on African-American history in Lower Manhattan, which would continue the former schoolhouse legacy as a public resource and education and community for education and community advancement. However, immediate action must be taken to address the prolonged water damage from a neglected roof leak, and MAS urges LPC to coordinate with the Department of Sanitation to provide swift and thorough repair and identify future stewards for the important historical structure. And therefore, we just urge you to vote in favor of landmarking former Colored School No. 4 to preserve the history of New York City's 19th century public education for African Americans as a reminder of the city's history of racial segregation policies in African Americans communities, foundational history in New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to provide oral testimony.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'm going to call Andrea Goldman.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Carroll and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy is pleased to join historians, in particular Eric Washington, advocates, and elected officials to support designation of former Colored School Number 4 as an individual landmark. At nearly 175 years old, the former school building is a remarkable survivor that holds an extraordinary story. The key period of significance is 1860 to 1894, when it served as a school for Black students, part of a segregated system. A white mob tried to attack the school in the 1863 draft riots. However, the notable educators and students who filled its halls also deserve recognition. They include the longtime principal and suffragist Sarah Garnett, musician and teacher William Appo, and graduate S. Elizabeth Frazier, who became the first Black teacher of a multiracial school in New York, among so many others. This building is clearly an integral part of New York's history. As for the building, the three-story structure is modest. The plain brick facade is enlivened with a series of large multi-pane windows, and it still bears a strong resemblance to the 1843 design for a model primary schoolhouse, which guided the Public School Society in the mid-19th century. Although the windows need repair and there are reports that the roof is leaking, overall, the building appears to be intact. The Landmarks Law speaks of the need to, quote, safeguard the city's historic, aesthetic, and cultural heritage as embodied and reflected, unquote, in the city's buildings. This designation will be a good example of meeting that imperative. In a neighborhood with strong development pressures, the protection of landmarking will be most welcome. We urge the Commission to act swiftly, take a vote, and designate this significant site. Thank you for the opportunity to express the Conservancy's views.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, Historic Districts Council.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. As the citywide advocate for New York's architectural, historical, and cultural neighborhoods and buildings, HDC enthusiastically supports the designation of the former Colored School Number 4 as an individual landmark. HDC has been proud to support historian Eric K. Washington's years-long effort to achieve landmark recognition for this site, and we look forward to seeing that effort come to fruition. In addition to the building's merits on its own, we strongly believe that this designation aligns with the agency's own goals from the LPC's 2021 equity framework, which promised that the agency would, quote, ensure diversity and inclusion in designations. Built between 1849 and 1850 and serving as a school for Black students from 1860 to 1894, this building is the last extant colored school building in Manhattan. The space not only meaningfully reflects aspects of the Black experience in mid to late 19th century New York, including Black community building, abolitionist advocacy, and suffragist organizing, but also stands as a potent testament to the city's history of segregated education and white racial terror. Sarah Smith Tompkins Garnett stands out among the many illustrious Black New Yorkers who learned and taught here. One of the first Black female principals in the New York City public school system, Garnett was also a noted suffragist who founded the Equal Suffrage League of Brooklyn, the nation's first women's suffrage organization founded by and for Black women. As principal of Colored School Number 4, Garnett stood firm during the 1863 draft riots, protecting her students from a white mob. Today, the Colored School Number 4 building retains its architectural integrity, including its 25-foot wide 4-bay facade, large multi-pane windows, and 2 separate entries at the ground floor, illustrative of New York's pre-Civil War model primary schoolhouse plan. Distressingly, the building has begun to suffer water damage. We understand that the building's current steward, DSNY, is in support of landmarking and protecting the building, but is not in a position to allocate resources to mitigate water damage. LPC must move with the greatest possible urgency to landmark Colored School Number 4 in order to help secure structural protection for the building itself and to ensure that the site's extraordinary history remains visible as part of the physical fabric of New York. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'll call Andrew Berman. Hey, Andrew, are you there?
Yes. Good morning. I'm Andrew Berman, testifying on behalf of Village Preservation. In November 2021, Village Preservation wrote the Landmarks Preservation Commission in support of the proposal by Eric Washington to landmark the former Colored School Number 4 at 128 West 17th Street. Though just outside our geographic bounds, we did so because of the enormous citywide importance of a site like this, and because of the connections that the colored school system had to the neighborhoods of Greenwich Village and the East Village, and the vital role that residents of these neighborhoods had in that institution. Built in 1853, this Greek Revival building originally housed primary schools number 27 and 29. By 1861, it had become part of New York City's colored school system, which grew out of the New York Manumission Society's establishment beginning in 1787 of the African Free Schools located throughout Lower Manhattan, including in Greenwich Village. By 1834, there were 7 such schools at which enrollment surpassed over 1,000 students before they were absorbed into the New York City public school system. 2 key figures of the colored school system were educator and suffragist Sarah Smith Garnett, who was the principal of the colored school and the first Black female principal in the New York City school system, and her husband, the great orator and abolitionist preacher Henry Highland Garnett, an alumni of the system who became the first African-American to address Congress. Both lived in and were deeply interconnected with the large African-American community of Greenwich Village at the time. They were the tip of the iceberg of the great achievers and New Yorkers who were connected to this school and this system. Colored School Number 4 stands as an important reminder of the era of institutionalized segregation in public education in New York, as well as the accomplishments and successes emanating from these schools in spite of this discrimination. It's critical that sites such as these are honored and preserved. But other sites do call out for the same attention from the Commission and remain endangered. Just 4 blocks south at 50 West 13th Street, the Jacob Day House stands as a testament to its namesake's crusades to end discrimination and voting rights for Black New Yorkers and against slavery. Just to the east stand the former headquarters of the first national gay rights organization in the country at 85th Avenue and the New York City Women's Suffrage League at 10 East 14th Street, from which crucial battles in those civil rights struggles were waged. And the endangered New York Eye and Ear Infirmary at 2nd Avenue and 13th Street, which the LPC once called landmark eligible, cries out to have its critical role in the history of disabled and Black New Yorkers recognized and preserved. Thus, I strongly urge you to move ahead with designation of Colored School Number 4, but to also turn your attention to the many other endangered sites of significance to civil rights and diverse histories, which still require action and protection from this body. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to remind everybody, if you would like to speak, to please raise your virtual hand. So we can call on you. I believe. We may have Councilmember Botcher here. Aha. Okay, I'm going to call Councilmember Eric Botcher. Good morning.
Hi, everyone. Can you see me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can hear and see you.
Oh, wonderful. Hi, everyone. My name is Councilmember Eric Botcher. I represent Council District 3 in the City Council, which includes 128 West 17th Street, also known as the former Colored School number 4. And I'm here today to strongly advocate for landmark designation for this historic property. Many New Yorkers who have walked down 17th Street may have noticed a very old building that is vacant. What not many New Yorkers know is that this property is a property of extreme historic significance to all New Yorkers, but particularly Black New Yorkers, because this school, beginning in 1860, was a vital institution for the Black community, a center of education, a center of culture, and now it is abandoned. It is owned by the Department of Sanitation, but it's been out of use for many years. It also happens to be remarkably intact inside and out. I had the privilege of touring it back in December with historian Eric Washington and community members. And it's an extraordinary property. It's intact. There are incredible details throughout that date back to the time of its construction. It is, however, in danger because the roof is letting water enter into the inside. And that's something that needs to be dealt with by the city. And I'm going to be advocating strongly in this year's budget for the money to fix that problem before this building is compromised. But we also need landmark protection for the building. We need this building to be preserved for future generations to experience and appreciate for its extreme historic significance. So we're going to be fighting to give this property a new life. I want this to be one of my legacy items as a council member. So we've got to come together and do everything we can to save this historic building that could truly be one of the most vital historic centers in our city if we step up and do the right thing. So I want to thank the LPC for calendaring this item, for having this hearing, and ask you to proceed with historic landmark designation for this property. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next I'm going to call Christina Britton Conroy.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. Now founded in New York City in 1966, the Victorian Society in America is dedicated to fostering appreciation and preservation of our 19th and early 20th century heritage. The New York chapter promotes preservation of our historic districts, individual and scenic landmarks, interiors, and civic art. Now, this 3-story survivor embodies so much of the social history of New York City that it seems impossible that it shouldn't be designated as a landmark. It must be one of the earliest extant school buildings in the city. We can imagine any number of possible future uses that could incorporate the many stories it has to tell, the history of the school buildings and public education, of African-American history, of conflict and conciliation, of its notable graduates and their inspiring stories. The brick facing of the facade has not significantly been affected it's not affected the building's integrity. It's still recognizable as the building it originally was, and judicious restoration could easily return some of the missing features. We believe the 8 windows with the 16/16 sash at the second and third floors are very likely original to the building's construction. They are remarkable survivors. They should be called out as significant in the designation report and protected from further weathering as soon as possible. The Victorian Society of New York strongly supports designation of former Colored School number 4 as an individual landmark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Pamela Wolf.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Pamela Wolf. I'm the president of Save Chelsea. I will be trying not to be too redundant, but it's kind of unavoidable here. As the preservation advocate for the Chelsea neighborhood of Manhattan, Save Chelsea wholeheartedly supports individual landmark designation of the former Colored School number 4 at 128 West 17th Street. This 3-story brick building built in 1849, 1850 follows the model primary schoolhouse plan adopted in 1844 by the Public School Society. It became a school for African-American students in 1860. The school serves as a pillar of the informal network of schools and churches, businesses, charity missions, and social clubs that served the African-American community. As the only remaining colored schoolhouse in all of Manhattan, 128 West 17th Street is an especially rare vestige of African-American heritage in New York City. Its designation would be especially in keeping with the Commission's equity framework, which aims to ensure diversity and inclusion in designations so that the stories of all New Yorkers can be told. Given its architectural and exceptional cultural significance, Colored School number 4 clearly warrants designation as an individual landmark. We strongly urge the Landmarks Preservation Commission to protect this important and very vulnerable site as soon as possible. The building is taking damage every day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And next, we'll bring in Joyce Gold.
Okay. My name is Leslie McKenzie. I'm going to read Joyce Gold's testimony. I am a limited partner in her company, Joyce Gold History Tours of New York. Commissioners, my name is Joyce Gold. I am a Manhattan historian who for 30 years has taught city history at NYU and the New School University. And for 45 years, I have been leading city neighborhood tours through my company, Joyce Gold History Tours of New York. Since 1978, I have lived in my loft at 141 West 17th Street, directly across the street from the former Colored School number 4. Despite my career in knowing about and loving New York City history, I knew nothing about that building until I read Eric Washington's fascinating book, Boss of the Grips. Meeting Eric and becoming familiar with his work has been very rewarding, especially since he began publicizing the structure's amazing history. The building is the last physical example of the day-to-day world of 19th century African-American children living in Manhattan. Though modest, there's a dignity to the quality of the construction, assuming we don't let it deteriorate beyond the possibility of restoration. And we New Yorkers need to be reminded of all our history, including that of segregation and African-American achievement. Despite second-class citizenship, many graduates of Colored School number 4 made important contributions to the city's culture and history. One physical representation, a single building, can serve as a historical entry point into an accurate picture of African American life in this city. It is imperative that you give protective landmark status to this building, and that must be done quickly before the building deteriorates irreparably. Please, now, protect this city-owned building and support its becoming a permanent part of a fuller representation of African American lives that have enriched Manhattan and all of New York City. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Next is Raul Rothblatt. Okay, please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to support landmarks protection for Colored School number 4 at 128 West 17th Street in Manhattan. My name is Raul Rothblatt. I am the co-founder of Friends of Abolitionist Place, which promotes the history of 227 Duffield Street, built at the exact same time as this building. I'm also Director of Constituent Affairs for Assemblymember Brian Cunningham. And as co-president of PS9 in Brooklyn, I helped lead the effort to rename that school after Sarah Smith Garnett. In 2018, I organized a street co-naming honoring Sarah's sister, Dr. Susan Smith McKinney. And since then, I've been in touch with their family, which fully supports this effort. All of my causes are in Brooklyn. I'm a huge fan of Sarah Smith Garnett, and it pains me deeply and only slightly facetiously to admit that some of her 80-year life was in Manhattan. My role today is to emphasize the importance of this building beyond merely Manhattan. Generations of African-American students and leaders passed through Colored School number 4, and none of them had the longevity or lasting impact as Sarah Smith Garnett. I consider her one of the greatest New York State activists and visionaries, and I want to focus on one aspect of her stellar history, the silences. Much has been written about the speeches of her second husband, Henry Highland Garnett. There's lots of documentations of his famous younger colleague, Frederick Douglass, but none of Sarah Smith Garnett's speeches survive. What did she say to prevent the mob from destroying the school in 1863, when the mob had just demolished was at the same time demolishing the colored orphanage? What was her role in saving the children on 17th Street? We do not know. There are few pictures of her in the newspapers, which were edited by men regardless of race. What we do know is that her activism continued nonstop. She raised money for Ida B. Wells after her press was burnt down in 1892. Soon after this fundraiser, Wells moved to Brooklyn, where she could be near Sarah Smith Garnett's cohort of Black suffragists. Sarah Smith Garnett went to the International Racist Conference in London in 1911, and she came back still distributing pamphlets just a few weeks before she passed away. W.E.B. Du Bois spoke in Brooklyn at her memorial service. Still, the best record we have of her professional career is this building itself. There is an exciting movement to record the silences that we have erased. There is an exciting movement to record the silences that have nearly erased Black women from history. The LPC can make a major contribution in respect to this by protecting this building. We have streets and neighborhoods named after slaveholders, such as Stuyvesant and Bergen. We have a chance to balance the record and honor the intellectual, cultural, and artistic legacy of the Black community of Manhattan and Brooklyn. Please protect this powerful location of African-American brilliance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, Antonella Cipollone. Hey, Antonella, can you unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you choose? Okay.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Good morning and thank you, commissioners. I am Antonella Cipollone and I'm speaking in representation of the 103rd West 17th Street Corp, of which I am a member of the board. We are proud residents of Chelsea and adjacent neighbors to the Color School number 4. And back in January 2022, we sent a letter to the Preservation Committee respectfully asking to support the landmark designation for this unique and historical significant site. Today, we are delighted to reconfirm such support to this building, which directly testifies the city's African-American history and culture, so integral to the social history of the city itself. The school is a critical reminder of the city's segregationist educational policy and history, which is not yet widely acknowledged or well understood. We believe that there is a terrific opportunity for this site to be transformed into an historic place where to commemorate African-American life in the city for present and future generation, for local New Yorkers and for visitors like me. We hopefully wish the Commission will release the landmark status and the building will be preserved. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Judy Klein. Hey, Judy Klein, we've brought you in as a panelist. If you could unmute yourself, turn on your camera.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Okay, I'm Judy Klein, president of the 100 West 17th Street Block Association. And I'm here on behalf of our block association and of some neighboring block associations, 15th Street, 16th Street, 18th Street, who have asked me to speak on their behalf. Our block associations strongly support the efforts to landmark preserve the former colored school number 4 located at 128 West 17th Street. In the interest of time, I will refer you to the written testimony that I submitted to you yesterday. And instead of repeating what has already been said by all of you today with such eloquence, I will simply, on behalf of the neighborhood, thank Eric Washington for bringing attention to this site, which has now ignited such interest in African-American history, culture, and education in the city, and especially in our community. I think indeed the fact that this past winter PS 11 was renamed the Sarah J. Garnett Elementary School is testimony to this appreciation. A lot of children on West 17th Street and throughout the neighborhood attend this school. So of course, this brings even greater attention to the actual building where Sarah J. Garnett was principal. As to the idea of preserving African-American history in our city, turning this building back into a center for African-American history, culture, and education. The entire neighborhood is supportive of this. Thank you, Eric Butcher, so much for your strong support, and so many thanks to this commission for bringing the endeavor to this stage. We urge you to designate 128 West 17th Street as an individual historical landmark. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, Kit Garrett. Hey, Garrett, we just need you to turn on your audio and camera.
Are we on now? I can see. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you to the commissioners for the opportunity to speak. I'm Kit Garrett, a New York City licensed tourist guide and resident of Chelsea. Standing in front of Colored School number 4, guides can tell the story of New York City's history starting in 1626. 11 slaves were imported by the Dutch West India Company to build the new city called New Amsterdam. And as the city grew, more slaves were needed, and the first slave auction was held in 1655. Segregation continued long after slavery was abolished in 1827. When you preserve a site with the significance of Colored School number 4, you allow the public to see the real way African Americans were separated, educated, and empower future generations to know what really happened. Today, promoting the accurate history of New York City is more important than ever. Our democracy is under siege by people who feel only one side of a story should be told. Banning books such as To Kill a Mockingbird is a great example of truly whitewashing history. I urge LPC to protect our history and approve landmarking Colored School number 4 at 128 West 17th Street, since this is an incredibly important site for all New Yorkers and visitors. Let them stand on the site where it happened. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's everybody on the sign-in sheet, but we're going to go through everybody that has their hand raised. So just a reminder, if you would like to speak, please do raise your virtual hand. First, we'll call Karen Taylor. Hey, Karen Taylor, have you in here as a panelist?
Okay. Oh, there I am. All right.
Please just state your name for the record.
Okay. My name is Karen Taylor. Good morning, commissioners. I'm here to support the landmarking of Colored School number 4. There are various reasons I think this is important to the city of New York. As someone who was born and raised here, I am saddened and angered that the architectural character of this metropolis is being eroded by the construction of horrifically designed buildings created by architects who have no desire to make their structures fit in with the diverse architectural landscape. I also love older buildings for their aesthetic value and because they house New York's varied and singular narratives. These are not my primary reasons for supporting the landmarking of Colored School number 4. I support it also because across the city, there should be many historically significant places granted landmark status because history is important, and Black history, which is really American history, should be recognized and preserved so that there is a tangible record of that which has occurred. In the case of Colored School number 4, and its potential as a teaching tool for this and future generations to learn aspects of New York's heritage, where the experiences of the people who live here are inextricably intertwined. I laud Eric K. Washington's commitment to making sure that the past, specifically the Black past, is not forgotten, suppressed, or deemed unimportant for the kind of historic recognition that landmarking affords. Thank you for considering this as a landmark.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll call Tom Lunke.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. For some reason, my video isn't working, but Oh, start video. Okay, sorry about that. I'm not the best at this. Okay.
It's fine to continue without video too, if you'd like to just speak.
Okay. Okay, I will. Thank you. Now I need to find my script. Okay, sorry about this. Now I'm stuck out of my script, unfortunately. All right. This is not working the way I had hoped.
If you'd like, I could bring somebody else in.
Please,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Okay, Melanie Edwards. Hey, Melanie Edwards, I've brought you in if you want to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you. Please state your name for
Oh.
the record.
Okay, good morning. My name is Melanie Edwards. I'm glad that you're going to try to preserve this building. Can you see this picture?
Yes.
Okay, that woman is called Helen Dillette Johnson. She was brought from the Bahamas by her mother to attend colored school number 3, which no longer exists. She was the first teacher of her 2 sons, J. Rosamond Johnson, musicologist and composer, and his brother, James Weldon Johnson, poet and political activist. I can't show people more than the photos that I have or take comfort from the fact that they read the poems and sing the songs of my grandfather and his brother. So I really think it's important to preserve former colored school number 4 so that people can touch and see and understand that Black people triumphed and survived in spite of other people's best efforts. And it's a good starting point for a conversation about why history is important and why education is important. So I hope that you preserve former colored school number 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final hand raise is Leroy Live. I'm going to bring you in as a panelist. And then after that, we'll come back to Tom Lunk.
Thank you.
Hello, yes, this is Leroy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear and see you. Please
Okay,
state your name for the
so
record.
Leroy McCarthy, and I'm an alumnus of a historical Black college and university. And additional research is needed to be done, but the contributions to and from Color School number 4 for the early education history of African Americans deserves to be preserved, starting with the building, hopefully by the Landmark Preservation Committee, and further investigated and cherished for its place in history. There's over 100 HBCUs in America, in 19 states, District of Columbia, and United States Virgin Islands, starting with Cheyney University of Pennsylvania, which formerly was the Institute for Colored Youth, which became Cheyney University later on, was founded by the Quakers. And so with that school as a school for colored youth, pre the Civil War in 1837, that began in Philadelphia, the opportunity for African Americans to attend school. So is there an education connection between the colored schools of New York City and historical Black colleges? Yes, there is. There's Mr. Charles Reason, who was the former New York City school for colored school number 3. amongst others. He was a teacher, he was an administrator, he was a revolutionary in his own way regarding education, Mr. Charles Reason. And the connection to Color School number 4 is very significant in terms of educators, as you know, coordinate amongst each other from school to school, from city to city, from state to state. And during that time of pre-Civil War, there was the opportunity for these schools to build with each other, whether it be Cheney University, formerly Institute for Colored Youth in Pennsylvania, Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, University of District Columbia, which was a school for girls in Washington, D.C., and Wilberforce University in Ohio. These 4, which became historical black colleges and universities, were founded pre-Civil War. So the connection to this Color School number 4 goes beyond just the school itself and just the neighborhood of Chelsea and Manhattan and New York City. It pretty much goes down south and across America in terms of educators coming from there and going from there to other places to educate other African Americans during the time when education was a criminality for African Americans. So I definitely appreciate the landmark preservation, Mr. Eric Washington, for his time and energy to put into this endeavor. And I definitely thank you very much for this time to allow me to share my point of view. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you. You too. Okay, Tom Lunke, can
Yes.
you? Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't have the video working. My name is Tom Lunke. Dear Chair Carroll and LPC commissioners, thank you for this public hearing on landmarking former colored school number 4 at 128 West 17th Street in Manhattan. By introduction, I am a 30-year resident of Chelsea, former member of Manhattan Community Board number 4, and an urban planner with over 40 years experience. 20 of those years was as Director of Planning and Community Development at Harlem Community Development Corporation, a New York State designated public benefit corporation. The importance of African-American culture and experience from the founding of New Amsterdam and its movement through Manhattan to New Harlem is not widely known. This passage is integral to our collective understanding of where we've been as a nation and where we can go. Highlighting this incredible journey by physically landmarking former colored school number 4 is a very important step in preserving and broadening this story. Thank you to Eric K. Washington and the Landmarks Preservation Commission staff for their extensive research, and to Council Member Eric Bottcher for his continued leadership in this effort. Please celebrate this work by designating former colored school number 4 as a New York City individual landmark. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We have another hand raised, Kevin Magruder. Hey, Kevin Magruder, we just need you to unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you choose.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Magruder. I'm an associate professor of history at Antioch College in Yellow Springs, Ohio, which is 8 miles from Wilberforce University that was just mentioned. Much of my research focuses on Harlem, the period 1890 to 1920. And in my book, Race and Real Estate, Conflict and Cooperation in Harlem, 1890 to 1920, I look at the various ways that Black families established themselves in that community, and schools were an important part of it. They were looking for ways to ensure that their children thrived. And Colored School number 4 is an example of parents and teachers doing that in Lower Manhattan. And so I believe that this preservation of this building is really important. The biography of James H. Williams that Eric Washington has completed is the impetus for the attention to this building. And Williams' life is an example of that success of that school. That, as you probably know, he went on to become the chief of the the first Black chief of Red Caps at Grand Central Terminal, was established in Harlem, lived there, and used his network of social contacts to help others thrive as well. And so I think continuing to have this physical building present will provide opportunities for us to perhaps identify other people whose names we don't know, but who contributed to the fabric of New York. And so Colored School number 4 is a really important example of an era that a lot of New Yorkers may not know about. And so designation as a landmark would really help protect that legacy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I don't see any other hands raised for testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, commissioners, do we have any final questions? Okay. Oh, yes, Commissioner Jefferson, please go ahead.
Commissioner, my question has to do with after designation, then what? Do we put a sign up, and is that the next step in the process? What happens next?
Right. So, the building becomes a designated landmark. Should we vote, the building becomes a designated landmark and joins the 1,400 plus other individual buildings that have been designated and recognized by the commission. We prepare a designation report, and that designation report is used by the public, by scholars, as well as by the owner in future applications as they think about proposed work. We don't regulate use, but we are talking to the Department of Sanitation about the building and the condition of the building. And so those conversations are ongoing. The other thing we have, to make our designation reports more accessible, we have been developing many more kind of digital and interactive tools that thematically take information from all of our designation reports and produces them in a tool that is more accessible to the public. And as you know, we did a wonderful story map on the history of the African-American experience in New York City, and identified all the landmarks that speak to that, or many of the landmarks that speak to that history in a sort of thematic way. And so we will also continue to use these additional tools to make this information more available to the public.
Do we put a plaque on the building?
We can. We do have a plaque program, and that is a great way to identify the building. So we can certainly speak to the owner about that.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Goldblum.
Following up on that, several people spoke about water damage related to the roof. And clearly the most visible aspect of the building to the public is the facade, which has had its brick replaced. Is there any sense from the commission that the facade is in need of any near-term modifications? And also, just to clarify that the piece that the staff did on the Black experience in New York City is really I thought it was a great piece. I assume this will be added to it and that it's updated as we go on.
Yeah, those are all of our tools are sort of living tools and living documents, and they do get updated as we continue to designate stories that reflect all of New York City's history. And in terms of the condition, the roof is really the main area where work is required right now. The interior is not built out for a use, and that is something that the Department of Sanitation would have to continue to explore as they continue to explore potential uses. But the facade, I think, is stable, and we've been working closely with the Department of Sanitation on identifying and thinking about ways to address those aspects of the building.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so I do want to thank everyone for participating today. The testimony has been illuminating not only about the historical significance, but also about the importance of recognizing and protecting this history and history of education at this time today. So thank you all for your very moving testimony. And as we've stated, the Landmarks Preservation Commission is considering designating the former colored school number 4 as a landmark because of its importance as Manhattan's only known surviving example of a racially segregated school from the period between the Civil War through the post-Reconstruction era. And the school afforded crucial opportunities and skills to Black students as they struggled against the discrimination and inequities that were part of their daily life. So this is a history that is important for us to tell. This particular period is less well represented by our landmarks, despite our agency's long history of recognizing the landmarks that reflect the African-American experience in New York City. So we will bring this item back on May 23rd for a vote, which is the final step in the designation process. I want to again thank Eric Washington for submitting the RFE and all of the additional information after that. And I want to thank the LPC research team led by Caitlin Mus-McHale for their work in developing this proposal for us. And also the Department of Sanitation for their cooperation as we worked through our research and our discussions with them. So I'll ask that we close the hearing now. And everyone should please note that as always, we will continue to accept written testimony up until the scheduled vote. So Commissioner Goldblum, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed, but again, we will accept written testimony up until May 23rd, and we will schedule that public meeting for May 23rd for our vote. Thank you all. And we'll now move to the Preservation Department public hearing agenda.
All right, good morning, everyone. We'll start today's Preservation Department agenda with public hearing item number 1, LPC 23-07441. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1386, Lot 44, 40 East 72nd Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a neoclassical style apartment building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1928. The application is to install a canopy.
Hey, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. Denny, you now have control of the presentation. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ward Dennis with Higgins Quays Barth and Partners. I'm joined this morning by Barry Rice of Rice Architects. As Corey mentioned, the application is to install a canopy at 40 East 72nd Street. On the left is a historic tax photo showing the building in 1940. It was constructed in 1928 by Schwartz and Gross as a 5-story apartment building, actually rehabbing older townhouses. And you can see in this photo that historically the building had flanking entries at the far left and far right. And then on the right-hand photo, and better in this image, you can see that about 10 years ago, the commission approved redesign for the base of the building that consolidated a center entrance at the middle of the building and included substantial restoration of the building as well. That project has been completed. The building is interested in installing a canopy. And you'll also note in the foreground of this picture a fire hydrant, which prevents them from installing a traditional canopy such as we see all over the Upper East and Upper West Side, where the canopy comes out to the sidewalk and posts down at the curb. So what we are proposing is a canopy that is attached to the building with 2 tiebacks and will extend out about 4 feet. It will be a canvas covered awning, very similar to the awnings that we do see all over the Upper East Side. These are just 2 examples on 72nd Street. And this image shows a view of our building over here with the adjacent apartment buildings with canopies such as we do see all over the Upper East Side and Upper West Side. The commission has approved a number of tieback canopies such as we are proposing, and these are just a few examples that we've collected. And this is an image on the right showing a rendering of what we are proposing. Again, it is a canvas covered awning. It will have green canvas on the top. It will have light covered canvas on the bottom, and it will have 2 tiebacks to the building. Those tiebacks are primarily to prevent wind uplift on the canopy itself. And we have details. I will note that the canopy installation is underneath the masonry opening. So we're not covering the masonry, and we do have the 2 tiebacks here. You can also see in plan here the location of the hydrant. The building did look into relocating the hydrant so they could have a more traditional canopy. And that was not possible due to the spacing of the hydrants down the street. Relocating it would not comply with FDNY requirements for hydrant spacing. So we're not able to do that. We do have additional details. Again, the canopy extends out 4 feet. It sits underneath the masonry opening, as you can see on the top left here, and has 2 very simple escutcheon plates tying back for the tie rods for the wind uplift. This is a rendering that was done by the awning canopy manufacturer. Again, green canvas on top, a light covered canvas on the underside. There's no lighting or cameras or anything like that that is proposed for this. So I will leave it there. Again, Barry Rice is here if there are questions on any of the code or design issues. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions on this item? All right, I don't see any questions. Oh yes, Commissioner Ginsburg, please go ahead.
Is there a reason that you used the 2 colors and just didn't have 1 color?
Go ahead, Barry.
Sorry. Hello, Commissioners, Chair Carroll. Commissioner Ginsburg, there is no particular reason for that, except that this is commonly found on the Upper East Side. In fact, we plan to refine and approve the final selection of the colors for the canopy, although they will follow this generally with staff level. Whether or not there is a liner on the underside is really open for discussion at this hearing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
Thanks. Does this require interior drainage? Since it's, I think, isn't this like officially a marquee?
There is no requirement for interior drainage. The drainage will be on the side of the canopy, if that's your question.
Great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we'll move to public testimony, and I will turn it over to Gregory Kalla to see if there is anyone here to speak on this item. If you do wish to speak on the item, please raise your hand so that he can identify you. Gregory?
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received a couple of signups beforehand for this item. The first person we'll be hearing from is Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. So Lucy Levine, I will be promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. While the canopy itself is perfectly appropriate, we feel a serif font for the address would be more appropriate. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. And next up, we will be hearing from Nuha Ansari from Friends of the Upper East Side. Nuha Ansari, I will be promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please state your name for the record and unmute your line, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Carroll and Honourable Commissioners. My name is Nuha Ansari and I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. Friends Preservation Committee supports the proposal to install a curved canopy over the building entrance. We feel that canvas is an appropriate material for a residential canopy within the historic district, and that the bronze tiebacks and plates attaching the canopy to the building facade are unobtrusive. We are pleased to hear that the applicants will work with Landmarks Preservation Commission staff to find an appropriate green color and address font style for the canopy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I am looking through our attendees list right now, and I do not see any other hands raised. So I will just note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends approval. And I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. So, the testimony was largely supportive, but I'd like to ask the applicant team if they'd like to make any final comments or respond to anything at this time.
I'll just say we appreciate the positive testimony. Of course, we can work with staff on issues like font, and as Barry said, we will work to make sure that we have the proper green color.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners, any final questions? All right, so I'm going to ask you all to unmute now so that we can begin our discussion. All right, and Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Holford Smith, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll now begin our discussion. And this is for a canopy at this property, this apartment building on the Upper East Side. And I would note that the rules allow the staff to approve canopies and awnings on apartment buildings at staff level, because apartment buildings did historically feature sidewalk canopies, as we've seen in some of the photographs presented today. This is really before us today because there is a technicality with the length and the lack of poles at the curb line. So historically, canopies would have a set of poles at the end. And because this site has the fire hydrant and they aren't able to have their poles at the end of the canopy, they are proposing a shorter canopy with tiebacks. And that's the reason that it's before us today. The rules that allow staff to approve canopies really don't discuss font or color, except to the extent that the color should not detract from the building. So thinking about unifying the underside and the top may be a way that one could make it not detract, if that's what you're thinking. And so this is really before us today because of its the fact that it's shorter with the tiebacks. But as also the applicants presented, we have approved similar installations, shorter canopies with tiebacks for similar reasons. And they're also not unlike the historic marquees that many apartment buildings had as well that would have tiebacks. So that maybe provides some context for the discussion. So Commissioner Lutfi, would you like to start this one?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I really appreciate the applicant's attention to detail in this particular understated effort. It is true that there are other canopies and one actually very close to this one that this particular style of canopy will relate to, even without the poles. And the tiebacks seem relatively unobtrusive, which is wonderful. And the fact that they're installing it in a way that it doesn't really interfere with the
masonry is very positive. And I especially am happy because I have seen various greens proposed for canopies, like on my own building, and some of them are not so great. So I'm very happy that they're going to be working with staff on that and also on the font. So thanks, I can approve this.
Okay, thanks. Vice Chair Bland?
I think it's all been said, but I'll also add, I think this works because of that it doesn't interfere with the handsome transom. So many times without landmarks involvement, you see that transom covered up with an awning fabric. So this doesn't do that. I think that's another reason it's appropriate.
Yes, great, thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
I think it's appropriate. When they work with staff, I'd look at making it one color because I find the lighter underside somewhat distracting, but appropriate.
Okay, great. Commissioner Master?
I agree. I think it's appropriate.
Commissioner Halford Smith?
I agree. I think it's appropriate as well.
All right, Commissioner Jefferson?
I think it's appropriate.
Commissioner Chapin? Oops. I think we might have lost her. She might have had some technical difficulties. All right, Commissioner Chu.
I have no.
I'm there.
Oh,
Sorry.
Okay. Great.
Let Commissioner Chen go ahead first.
It's Commissioner Chu.
Commissioner Chu. Oh, okay.
Chu. Yeah.
All right. I have no
Whatever.
issues with the proposal. My only comment is, as repeated, to study the color with staffing, and I might suggest that instead of even green, you might look at a charcoal gray or darker color that might match the door entry color. I'm just disturbed by the three colors: the brick, the red, and the black, and then the green.
Okay. And Commissioner Goldblum?
Appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Chen?
Likewise, yeah.
Okay, and Commissioner Chapin, did you want to add now?
Yeah, thank you. I was muted. Yeah, I find it totally appropriate. It was well presented. The only thing I would concur with a couple of the other commission members that a single color is probably better, and I'm okay with the dark gray myself. That's not a problem for me.
Okay, all right, great. So I think we can make a motion to approve it with the condition that they continue to work with the staff on the color and look to do a single color for the canopy. So Commissioner Lutfi, would you make that motion?
Sure. In the matter of docket 23-07441, 40 72nd Street, Upper East Side Historic District. A neoclassical style apartment building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1928. The application is to install a canopy. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I recommend approval. Finding that the work will not damage or obscure any significant architectural features, that there is historic precedent for entrance canopies at buildings of this type within the historic district, that the canopy will be installed utilizing bracketed tie-back attachments at non-decorative masonry and will feature green finished canvas, will feature canvas cladding, a bowed profile, and signage at the front, which will be in keeping with other sidewalk canopies found throughout the district. And the scale, shape, and style of the canopy will relate well to the entrance, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Upper East Side Historic District. I encourage the applicant to continue to work with staff on the color of the canopy, both the top and the bottom, so that is consistent, and to potentially explore other colors besides the green.
Thank you. And Commissioner Master, would you second that motion?
Second.
All right.
John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Master.
Aye.
11 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
All right, so that's approved, and please continue to work with the staff on the color of the canvas. And I do want to note that this application was being handled by Stephanie Kraut, one of our preservationists. And this is going to be her last hearing with the Landmarks Preservation Commission. She's worked in the preservation department for about 7 years and has held special desks reviewing applications for plaques on landmark buildings, solar panels, and properties owned by the fire department of New York City. And she is moving on to a job with the New Jersey Historic Trust. So we want to just thank Stephanie for her hard work these past 7 years and acknowledge your great contributions to our department and our agency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah. It's been a real honor to work
Thank
for
you.
the LPC. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to the next item.
Okay, the next item is public hearing item number 2, LPC 23-08711, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 1374, lot 69, 785 Fifth Avenue, the Upper East Side Historic District. This is an apartment building designed by Emery Roth and Sons and built in 1962 to 63. The application is to enlarge storefront openings and install infill and canopies, as well as signage.
The commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing and they now have control of the presentation. You can advance the slides using your arrow keys or your mouse. The team may begin, but please state your name for the record before you do so.
Thank you, Abby. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So I'm Harry Kendall with BKSK Architects. I'll start this presentation and it'll be continued by my colleague and partner, George Schieferdecker. Also on the team with us on this call is staff member Winston Alfred Hamburg and John LaValle of Sunday Work as owner's representative, and Rob Goldrich of CMW Strategies as who handled community outreach. And they'll be available for questions, to field any questions that the commissioners might have. The building we're looking at is a multi-story apartment building, as Corey said, built in 1962 by the firm Emery Roth and Son. The designation report identifies Richard Roth as the architect, that one of the sons. It's described in the designation report as no style. It sits at the south end of the Upper East Side Historic District, and though it does say no style, we certainly all recognize it as a typology that is prevalent on the Upper East Side and throughout the city. So our intention is to work with the typology to respect its architectural language, but to transform the base somewhat delicately. George, you can go back to the previous one, even though now everyone has a glimpse of what we're transforming. But we want to be respectful of this non-style, and we also want to be respectful of the immediate context and take cues from the scale and materiality of the neighbors and the Upper East Side at large to be good neighbors. Our client is the building board. Their goal is to, they very much support this overall approach that we'll be describing to you. Their goal is to make the base more accommodating of current retail standards. It has been a bank since it was built in 1962. It's been 2 branches of bank over time. And both banks require more openness to the street, and they want more flexibility for a possible range in the future of retail tenants. They very much support our approach that we'll be showing you. So with the idea of being a good neighbor in mind, we've done extensive community outreach, including meeting with representatives of the immediate neighbors, the Sherry Netherlands to the south, the Harmony Club to the east, and not seen in this image is the Metropolitan Club to the north. We've also met with the Friends of the Upper East Side, and of course, Community Board, Manhattan Community Board 8. The general reaction has been quite gratifying. The immediate neighbors have submitted a combined letter of support. Perhaps you'll hear from them, and the majority of the community board voted in favor. And in general, our feeling is that we hope to be seen as a delicate intervention and even an improvement on the building base, and that seems to be the general opinion. So with that, George will describe to you some of our perceptions about the context and the building typology itself, and then we'll move on to the design. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Good morning, commissioners. Again, my name is George Schieferdecker, BKSK Architects. The proposed renovation of the ground floor involves the enlargement of the area of the retail storefronts to the street by eliminating the column between the paired slot windows at each one of these locations. We also intend to increase the scale of the retail presence by wrapping the border, the existing border, up and around a new signage band, and thereby giving it a larger scale. At the same time, however, the extent of the storefront will be no greater than the extent of the existing paired slot windows, and the height of the glass will be no higher than the existing height of the store windows. Our intention is also to incorporate the residential entry more directly into the composition of the storefront as it faces the street. And so its scale has also been increased, and there's a subtle graphic at the top and a differentiation of its spandrel from the retail. The retail entrance will get a new cloth canopy, and the residential entrance will get a new cloth canopy, and the retail entrances will get a new fixed canopy. Harry mentioned that the building is designated as no style in the designation report. Obviously, it's not representative of the architecture that the Landmarks Commission has designated the Upper East Side to protect, but it is nevertheless, as Harry mentioned, a topology that does exist there and has some presence and some rules to it. If we look at what that typology represents on 3rd Avenue, for instance, on 3rd Avenue, it's the retail presence is on the avenue, the residential presence is on the street, and the base extends a single story. When we see it on Park Avenue, the limestone base or stone base is brought up to the 2nd level, and the residential presence obviously is enhanced. On Madison Avenue, the retail becomes a little bit more elegant, and the residential entry again on the side street. And on 5th Avenue, where again, above our site, there is no retail, that limestone base can extend up to 3 stories. What's interesting about our building is that the retail presence is often defined by the extent of the stone base. Where the building is residential, the rhythm of the building and its fenestration continue right down to the street. In a way, you could say that our building is somewhat of an abnormality, and we are bringing it back into the kind of hybrid that our building represents, with the fenestration of the residential coming down the street and the larger scale of the retail expressed within that. Our building has always been at a kind of inflection point in the urban context. Excuse me one second. When the building was built, the commercial zone extended up to the 1 block to the north, including the Pierre Hotel and the Metropolitan Club. Current zoning has a residential zone including our block and extending down to include the Sherry Netherlands. So our commercial is existing non-conforming, and this represents a basic truth about our building, which is that it is at this point at which residential typology and retail typology kind of merge. To the south of our building is Fifth Avenue retail predominantly, and it's marked by the retail presence in almost every case dominating the street frontage. And that can be a two-story scale that represents individual retailers next to each other, very different in character. It represents, or it's represented by fixed canopies with signage on it, ample signage above doors, and tall scale to the doors. Generally, it's marked by the retail architecture dominating the building architecture. As we go to the north, it's obvious that the club, hotel, and residential architecture take over the presence on the street, and the sort of limestone character and elegant character of Fifth Avenue asserts itself in a very different way. Along 60th Street, on both the south side and the north side, it's that limestone character and retail intersecting, and that expression is sometimes sort of alluded to with the various canopies that one sees, where retail canopies can be cloth, residential entries can be fixed metal and glass, and the sort of mixture of the two types and the degree of transparency is evident. The block that our project sits on includes the Sherry Netherlands to the south, and the comparison between the two buildings is a really good example of what this inflection point is all about. The Sherry Netherlands has a double height retail frontage that is integral to the architecture. The metal and glass is part of the architecture of the building. It doesn't assert itself over that architecture. It amplifies it. It intersects with it in a very balanced way. At the same time, the residential entry, in this case, the hotel entry, is differentiated from the retail zones on that facade. And yet again, it's part of the architecture and integral with it. These are the things that we are trying to achieve with our renovation as well. There's a balance of solid stone and metal and glass. The existing building was in 1962-63 was primarily designed for a specific tenant. And as Harry mentioned, that tenant was a bank, and it desired to be and have project a kind of private and somewhat closed presence to the street. Current banking and current retail, contemporary retail, is much more desirous of openness, transparency, and inclusion of the streetscape, or openness to the streetscape. So back to the particulars of our proposed renovation. We are asking to enlarge the storefronts by removing the stone panel that exists between the slot windows. We are not going past the boundaries of those slot windows, those paired windows, which align with the fenestration above it. We are enlarging the scale of the retail storefronts by including in the extended border, the limestone extended border, a signage band. Again, the height of the existing glass storefront slot windows is no taller than or shorter than the height of our proposed renovation. We are bringing the existing mullioning down through our storefront facade in an effort to continue that ability or the effort to bring the architecture of the overall building down to the street and have it give a little bit of scale and differentiation to the fairly sizable areas of glass. We intend to reuse the existing limestone surround that is a slightly larger surround at the one primary entrance that exists to date. We are proposing multiple entries, as you'll see later on. The residential entry will be, we are proposing that it remains separated from the retail entry, but we're doing a little bit more of an extension of the retail presence in that direction, but simultaneously trying to achieve that separation of the residential entry from the retail, as we think that that achieves a pleasant balance between the two. We are extending the scale of the residential entry up into the taller dimension of the retail entry and redefining its spandrel. Sorry. The details of the facade at the retail storefront is very similar to what's there now. In other words, the existing limestone border is carried around to the larger scale. The setback of 5 inches from the face of that border to the metal and glass and to the signage spandrel is the same as what it is currently, so that essentially the existing materials can be reused because their weathering to the outside will remain similar. Sorry, I meant to say that the that the existing granite base will remain. The materials of the renovation are an oil rubbed bronze for the metal in the metal and glass. The signage spandrel will be a buff-honed Indiana limestone, slightly smoother than the existing, which is depicted over on the right, and is a sanded and somewhat coarser finish. The residential entrance will, as I've said before, be increased in scale to match the retail adjoining it. It has a ribbed spandrel panel that duplicates a detail on wood paneling on the inside of the lobby. And in order to give that a little bit more definition and relief, we've incised into that the numbers of the address of the building, and that's meant to be as much a sort of relief to the patterning as it is a graphic that shows the address at a larger scale. The existing doors are to remain. They provide a security function that's necessary to the building, and they need to stay in place. The details of the residential entry are similar to what I depicted previously on the retail, i.e. the setback, the shadow line to the existing elements has been preserved, and only the materiality of those elements has changed and hopefully been upgraded in everybody's opinion. The residential canopy is to have a metal edge to it, but it is a cloth canopy on a metal support system. And you can see a detail of what that would be like in this particular example of a similar canopy on the Upper West Side. There will be, there is proposed to be the address carved out of the metal fascia and backlit with sandblasted glass backing. Our signage for the building is within zoning and landmarks parameters in terms of its size. It's no greater than 18 inches. Will not protrude more than 2 inches. In the case of the retail signage, it will be pinned letters on the limestone backing. It will not exist in this bay adjacent to the residential entry, and it will be non-illuminated. I think it's important to point out that the separation of this signage from our neighbors is fairly substantial, with 2 bays, a residential entrance, and the adjoining bay with no signage, and again on 60th Street with a service entrance and a parking garage with no signage. So there are somewhat limited opportunities for commercial signage on the retail frontage. Visibility is important to retail, And so our proposal includes signage in every bay. That visibility is important from Lower Fifth Avenue as well as along 60th Street for the viability of the commercial on the face. Here are some examples of signage that exists within the architecture of the base of the building on the Sherry Netherlands in the historic district, on Madison and 61st, just outside of the historic district, and on Madison and 64th within, again, the architecture of the base, but subtly defined, but existing in every bay. We are proposing that we be allowed to have multiple retail entrances on Fifth Avenue and 60th Street. The likely tendency for this space will be a single tenant at the existing entry point. The possibility of two stores, and that was what was depicted in the rendering, one on Fifth Avenue and one on 60th Street exists, and we would ask that those be allowed to have the fixed canopies above it, as well as the possibility of three tenants, where there would be an additional fixed canopy between the residential entry and the current entrance location. This might be a store that exists with a small footprint on the first floor and a larger footprint on the lower floor. That's our presentation. Thank you very much for listening to us, and we're ready to take any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we do have some questions. Commissioner Goldblum, please go ahead.
So you're proposing an oil rubbed bronze finish for the storefront material. What is the original and current condition of the windows above in the main building? And what was the material, as far as you can tell, of the original storefront when it was a bank?
The materials of the windows above, I believe, are a painted aluminum, and they are a gray. Actually, if it's possible to zoom in on this, I don't think I can. You can, oops, sorry. Heck. You can see that is what exists above it. The existing storefront material. I'm honestly, I don't have it in front of me. I believe.
Go back to the first slide in the.
Yeah, that. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, that's as close as we're going to get.
Okay.
Apologies for not having that.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Lutfi, followed by Commissioner Chu. Don't forget, yeah.
So, you did a nice job of, expanding the openings in a way so that they relate to, so that there's a rhythm at the base, but also there's a rhythm that relates to the windows above, especially, and in addition, not only in terms of size, but the way the mullions come down. And I'm just wondering why you didn't further open the window between, the smaller window closest to the residential entrance.
So that was a long discussion we've had, and we went through a lot of studies to try to get the proportioning in a way that seemed best for the building. Interestingly enough, the whole discussion began with a comment by staff when we first sat down with them to review the proposal, and the discussion was about making sure that there was a degree of separation architecturally between the residential entry and the retail. So the question of how much that should be or how little it should be was part of what we were interested in exploring. I think the co-op board felt fairly strongly that it wanted to have a degree of separation between the retail presence and the residential presence. So we've increased the retail transparency by including that particular window. We have eliminated the signage above it. is at a point where there's an enclosed room in the current architecture, but there will be an open retail space in behind it. And we just thought that the amount of stone and glass was appropriate at this point.
George, go back to the existing image.
Okay.
You see, that entire bay is blank now.
Mhm.
So the window that we're showing, you might think was retaining one of the existing slot windows. It's not. It's introducing a window. That space behind that blank area is a safe room in the bank. So it was intentionally left blank on the original design for the tenant's needs. But so we, as George alluded to, we looked at a number of examples. We of course started by just drawing every bay evenly, and then it seemed to be just encroaching on the residential entrance. The building felt that there was a sort of intangible propriety about not going all the way.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you looked at not having a window there so that it actually replicated what was there to begin with.
Yes, we did. And I think the feeling was that there needed to be we need to strike a balance between increasing the retail presence, which would have been involved using that whole bay and opening it up to the street, and trying to achieve a separation between the residential and the retail. I think the proportions of the blank area to the residential entrance to the right of it, and then the other storefronts, is sort of resonant of the proportioning of the base, and you're never quite going to get it perfectly.
We have an appendix that shows some of these studies, because the same question came up with staff. We could show that to you if you want, or you can take our word for it that we studied the bejesus out of it.
I can take your word for it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm muted. Commissioner Chu, please go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to commend the applicant on the package. I think it's very clear. It looks like an acceptable design. My comment in question is also related to my fellow commissioner's comment just now about the stone specifically. Where is the line of new stone versus existing stone?
So the existing borders on the retail storefronts remains exactly what it was previously.
Okay.
That's the side to side. What's eliminated is that center panel of stone. That eliminating that center panel essentially gives us enough material to enlarge the border up and around with existing material, with existing border material. And then the height of the existing slot windows is the same as the height that we're proposing for our retail frontage. It's this signage band that has been added to give it greater scale, and to match up a little bit more with the Sherry Netherlands next door, and give that retail that much more visibility to the street.
And that signage band is what George described as a slightly more honed limestone than the slightly rougher surround. So it distinguishes itself, but it's the same material, and the difference will be subtle.
The flat where it says floss, you mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So that is recessed more than the adjacent existing fabric around the archway.
Exactly right. It's recessed to be flush with the metal and glass. Yeah.
Okay. And last question. So the existing window bays, which are very vertical, look like, and I couldn't tell, look like they respected the limestone modularity of three pieces per bottom. If you kind of just look, you could zoom into the slot. I guess what I'm just debating once again is when the window was enlarged or added to this blank bay, it was done to a module that wasn't the existing module. The existing module respects the 3 bay division of the limestone panels under the windows. So when you insert a wider window, you end up with a funny correct? In that interpretation.
I'm sorry, I'm missing you a little bit, Harry. Do you understand the question?
Well, right, if you could see, we aren't able to zoom in, but if you could see the joints,
Yeah.
you're saying that there's a subtle difference between that bay and the rest of the bays in terms of the joints being ending cleanly rather than an L shape.
There's
Oh, I see.
3 panels above floss.
That's correct.
Exact panels that the older windows always respected those 3 panel vertical.
Yeah, this would too. If there's something in the rendering that's giving a false impression, I apologize for that. But the existing border of the slot windows will be preserved from here to here and from here to here.
No, but
And
George,
then
you're talking about the little one between the residential
smaller
entrance.
one to the right
Okay,
is
sorry.
enlarged from the original module, which means that it now is half a bay as opposed to a third of a bay.
That's correct. Yeah.
And a third would have respected the existing limestone modulation and given you some space to the side of residential.
Correct. It would have.
I'm just trying to interpret because I couldn't tell the difference.
And again, that was looked at for the exact reason you're discussing it and talking about it. It seemed sort of mean and inappropriate. And again, I'm not sure we can go to the appendix area because I'm not sure we have the latest version of our presentation up here. But
I think I understand.
Okay.
The appendix should be available. Corey, I don't know if you can speak to that. If there,
I just noticed some notes that were not.
I'm not sure that there is an appendix attached to the presentation that was uploaded.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was a late arrival, I guess.
Yes.
And there is a little horizontal. Is that like a vent or something that show up in the final view, but I didn't see them in the renderings? That little dash line.
Yeah, those little horizontals are, that's for the mechanical equipment of the residential above. Yeah,
They
exist.
They exist. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The trick will be to make sure that we support that panel adequately in construction.
Okay, so you did look at doing it in the sort of the third.
Yes.
To align with joint, but you felt it looked too narrow.
Yeah, exactly.
The rest of the proportions of the base.
Right, and we also looked at extending it to full width, obviously, and that felt like the residential wasn't separated enough. We looked at extending the border the full width, but then L-ing down the recessed limestone above and creating a slightly different pattern within a larger pattern. That seemed like another architectural idea that had no place in this. And we looked at a sort of 2/3 division with a mullion running through it. And then again, it felt like the retail was starting to encroach upon the residential. And I think the residential tenants, and I think it's appropriate to this area of Fifth Avenue, want to have an entry that is apart and elegant in its own right.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Yeah, this is a follow-up on Commissioner Chu's question, but on page 12, so he mentioned the fact that the existing windows are basically three stone panels tall. So you're proposing to not introduce a horizontal at the new head, but those panels will project down as shown in this detail. And that's going to continue around.
The border will continue around, yes, the whole expression.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, other questions? Okay, let's move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Gregory Collin to take us through the testimony.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received one sign up in advance for this item. That sign up was Nuha Ansari from Friends of Upper East Side. So Nuha Ansari, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Chair Carroll and honourable commissioners, my name is Nuha Ansari and I'm speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Complex. Friends Preservation Committee finds that the proposed alterations to 785 Fifth Avenue respond to and complement Emery Roth & Sons' streamlined white brick modernist design while updating it for contemporary uses. The width of the expanded storefront openings and sign bands is logically based on the fenestration on the upper floors, and they retain the height of the original slotted openings. We also appreciate that the new openings will save and reuse the limestone surrounds that frame the original slotted windows. Our Preservation Committee also finds that the proposed changes to the residential entry are appropriate and in scale with the new storefront openings and does not object to the fabric canopy with a bronze frame or the ribbed bronze entrance bay above. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I'm looking through our attendees list now, and I do not see any other hands raised. So I will note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends approval. And I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to turn back to the applicants and ask if you'd like to, I mean, the testimony was supportive, but there may be some aspects of it that you'd like to address or any final comments you'd like to make.
I don't think we have any more comments. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, do we have any final questions? All right, not seeing any questions. I'm going to ask you all to unmute so that we can move to our discussion. And Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll now begin our discussion. And as the applicants noted, this building is identified as a non-contributing building in this historic district, but it is part of a larger historic district. And so the way that we review that is by looking at the proposed changes and how those changes affect the streetscape and the other buildings in the historic district. And so, and part of that can be thinking about how it works on its own building. So we'll begin our discussion on modifying these openings, creating new storefronts, installing signage and canopies. Commissioner Holford-Smith, would you like to start this one?
Sure. I think, this designation calls this a no-style building, which is a little unfortunate. And I think the slot window certainly added to its distinction as a very simple, modern sort of white brick apartment building. But I think that the modifications are respectful of that. And one of my questions was going to be whether the applicant was keeping the depth of the existing depth of the windows behind the face of the stone. So I think that helped to sort of better define those window slots. So I'm glad to hear that they're keeping that depth. I think that raising the overall stone surround and incorporating a recessed, slightly different limestone signage band is a good move to accentuate the overall storefronts. A little concerned about the half window at the last bay on the south, but I can see where a third would not work. So I think it's either half or none. So I think I can accept it the way they've proposed it. I think that the changes to the main building entry are an improvement over what's there now. I think obviously they need to keep those existing doors, which seem to be quite short, and so raising the canopy up and having continuous bronze panel behind helps to unify that. I think the two independent canopies at the two storefront entries are also appropriate. I'm a little concerned about the potential for adding a third entry, meaning having 3 canopies on Fifth Avenue. I'm not sure that given the short width of that facade, having 3 canopies, I think is much. I don't know if that's a deal breaker with getting tenants in, but I would recommend trying not to do that if they can. But I think other than that, I think it's appropriate.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Thanks. I think that in general, it's an appropriate proposal. I personally think there's too much signage on it. Given the light background, I think it's just too much for this location, for this building. I mean, say what you will about this era and this style of building. This building was designed, and it has a logic to it. And I think that as we do in other cases, we try our best to maintain that logic in authorizing appropriate modifications. I think that the continuation of that molding basically around into the limestone creates a kind of a highlight that was neither envisioned by the original, nor I think it's kind of, I don't think it's an inappropriate gesture per se, but I think that the limestone spandrel just becomes much too bright and distracting as a sign band. So I would say either they move the signage, leave the molding and move the signage to the glass, or change the material of the sign band from limestone to maybe marble. I mean, the original Citibank surround was green marble, which resonated quite well, I think, with the Sherry Netherland next door, or with the metal. But I think that the bright background plus the insistent repetition of the text is a bit much. I personally think that one of the design elements that was critical to the original was the solidity of the bay immediately north of the entry. So I personally do not feel that half window is appropriate. And I think that they should work with staff as to the color of the metal. I think that the bronze is a lovely material. It's very classy, but if it kind of pulls away from the rest of the building, which it seems to do from the renderings, maybe a blackened metal or pewter, or I don't know what. Certainly BKS can come up with a beautiful material that might tie into the building as opposed to break away from it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chu?
So I agree with some of my fellow commissioners' comment just now about the upper portion to some extent. I can see that the glass opening was retained in its size. And I think that what happened is that this upper portion with the signages was taken out of what was otherwise a deeper or taller section at the last storefront window above. I do think that I prefer this element as a stone element, because otherwise I fear that if the metal were to be in the place, that the upper band would feel too small, and it's in fact smaller in height than the standard typical bay between windows above at every floor, and I would feel like it lost its sense of solid baseness. So I don't really have an issue with that limestone band above. I do, however, continue to look at that half window and feel like either it does need to respect the stone modulation. The building, in terms of its character, to me is really about the lines, and the lines continuing up and down and across. And I feel like that is a violation of the stone panelization and the original window scale, which is narrower, but I find a nice proportion. I feel that either you go to a third and respect that stone module, or I would say to not have it and keep it as its original blank spot on the facade. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Bland?
I think Emery Roth and his son would be delighted that we've spent almost an hour talking about how to improve his building. And I think we have. BKSK has done a marvelous job of introducing a level of elegance that a typical white brick apartment building in New York, often by them and others, didn't have. It's appropriate because of this elegant location that this is being made a much more elegant building. I don't object to anything except the repetitive signage. I think they can reduce the signage significantly, working with staff, I would say. And regarding the partial window near the entry, I think that's an elegant solution. I certainly wouldn't suggest that it should be a full window, and I'm not sure that it should be a blank either. But I'd be interested to hear others on this discussion. But I think what's happening here is that because of the design that BKSK is now helping us get out of the quandary of this being a non-contributing building or a no-style building. It's actually has a lot of style now. So I'm generally in favor of it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Yes, I think this is a truly elegant solution to the problem. I think they did a really good job. I think the idea of the grid, continuing the grid, the vertical, the openings, and layering them the way they layered it on the ground floor it's wonderfully done. The proportions, can't argue, works very well. The reason that I think the smaller window doesn't work is because if you take the proportion of the window horizontally and you turn it vertically, that's the proportion of the opening. And somehow it's distracting. You have the proportional shift, the vertical disposition of the window above is distracting. I don't have a solution or even any way of thinking of how, if you break it into third or quarter or whatever, it's going to be difficult to solve. But I think they could come up with a good solution. So I can accept it as is, the whole proposition. Oh,
Okay.
one more thing. I think the lettering is too tall. It should be reduced. It's right now it's taking up, it could be reduced. It should be smaller.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
I want to compliment the applicants and agree with my colleagues. It's a very elegant solution. That last window towards the entrance may not be perfect, but it doesn't really bother me. And the only thing I would say, agreeing with Commissioner Bland, is the repetition of the name on each bay seems to be overkill, particularly if it is one tenant and could be reduced, but that can be dealt with at the staff level.
Okay. Commissioner Chen? Oh, I think now he's gone. Okay, Commissioner Lutfi.
I mean, I happen to agree with my fellow commissioners that this is a very elegant solution. And I concur with Fred's statement that I kind of feel like they've helped make this building a contributing building because of the way that they've approached this, because they've tied many elements together vertically and horizontally. I actually really like the materiality, and I think it's appropriate. I do agree that the signage at the top should be it's too much repetition. So they should look at that with staff. Maybe every other makes sense. And after discussing this final window and how it should be resolved, even though even though it breaks up the rhythm, I really don't think that there's a very elegant way to handle this, and this seems appropriate. So I can go with it.
Okay. Commissioner Chapin?
Well, I agree with other commissioners that this is a very attractive solution generally, and I think that the materials are great. You know, I like the limestone band and the bronze. And the two things, you know, as we went through discussion, I guess that, well, three things. One is the signage. I agree with others that I think the signage, the way to do this is just to work with the staff and have it be one sign per tenant, I think is appropriate with given the size of the sign and so forth. So I think one sign per tenant. And like in Holford Smith, I am somewhat concerned about the idea of 3 canopies, which they show in one situation. The way it's presented now looks lovely and I think really works, but an additional canopy on the Fifth Avenue side, I think would be, I'm not too comfortable with. And finally, the door, the small door or small window next to the main door is, I do find it a bit distracting. And I'd kind of think the best solution, looking all the possible ones, would be just to have the original blank wall at that location. So that's kind of the way I would go on this altogether. That's it. I think I've covered everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Master?
Yes, I want to applaud the applicant as well. They've done a very good job in making it a beautiful and elegant building, trying to convert it into more of a retail feel. In terms of this half window on the side next to the residential, it may not look as uniform. However, I understand what they're saying in terms of separating the residential versus the retail. And so I think they've come up, in my opinion, with the best solution that there is. I think having just a blank wall there might be a little bit too glaring. So I would say that that's appropriate. The other issue in terms of the signage, I understand how important signage is for retail stores, and they had shown us other buildings on Fifth Avenue with windows where there was signage above every window. So I know that other buildings have this type of multiple signage. And they also made the point that there really isn't another place for the signage. So I'm more of a proponent that the signage should stay. But other than that, I agree with the other commissioners' comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to thank everybody for your thoughtful comments. Yes, Vice Chair Bland, did you want to add something?
I have an addendum to my own thoughts earlier on that window and the signage. I think the signage could repeat every window because of the repetition of the architecture, but maybe it should be a bit smaller. So that's just a thought. And again, I'm beginning to think that that half window should not be there at all, that it should just be a blank. I think it might set it up the differentiation between the door and the windows. So that was a little bit different from what I said earlier, but not sure it matters. I'm not sure where we are in the.
Yeah, well, it does change things a little bit.
I'm coming to the same
well,
conclusion about that window, that it
look,
should be blank.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I think we were very close to sort of, I think, having enough to support the window, but I think now we
No,
don't.
no.
So
I can go either way on that. I'm not
I know, I know, but now Commissioner Holfer Smith joined.
okay.
You know what, Sarah, I would say that if others feel strongly on the window, I would vote with, if that helps.
Yeah, so what I don't want to do is I don't want to just vote to eliminate the window. And I know that the applicants did study it, and unfortunately their studies were not there, are in an appendix, that appendix was not in this presentation for us to look at. I do think that as you know, that you won't necessarily perceive very specific relationships to the windows of love or even the joints in perspective as you're walking down the street the way you do in an elevation. So that's one thing to think about, but I think there are enough people that are concerned about it that maybe what we should do is give the applicants an opportunity to come back and show us those studies and make one more presentation to us, because I don't want to just eliminate it altogether at this point, since we haven't had that opportunity. Commissioner Jefferson, did you want to add something?
No, I agree with your position. And the only issue I was going to say is that if you made it blank, to keep the linear element around the window, if you made it blank. But I think your proposition is much better. Let them come.
All right, great. So we'll take no action. I think there's a lot of support for the project overall and the goals and execution of the project. But I do think that we would benefit from a little more study of this window, and having your studies and your thoughts as you looked at all of the studies, I think will help us to do that. And I think if you do want to shift it in some way, we'll give you that opportunity. I think the height of the letters, height and or number, is something you could also study. Although I do recognize that there may be more than two tenants or multiple tenants, and so the number would sort of have to be tied to that. But I think, so we'll take no action, and we'll ask you to come back with signage and also, I think the number of canopies on Fifth Avenue and further discussion on this partial window. Okay, so we'll take no action and we'll move on to the next item.
Okay, the next item is public hearing item number 3, LPC 23-00335, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 942, lot 75, 85 Sterling Place in the Park Slope Historic District Extension 2. This is an altered Italianate style semi-attached house built in 1869 to 80, circa 1869 to 80. The application is to enlarge an existing rear yard addition.
Hey, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. Henny, you now have control of the presentation. If you could just click on your screen.
All right.
Just click on your screen. And then you can advance the slides using your arrow keys or your mouse. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's this is in regards to 85 Sterling Place. We are proposing a rear extension on top of an existing basement extension, a rear extension at the first floor at the rear of the building.
Honey, I'm so sorry. Before you go on, could you please state your name for the record?
Sure. It's Hani Dimitri with Sotia Associates as the applicant on the proposed extension on 85 Sterling Place. Okay, this building is built in the 1880s, and it had an approved extension that's completed in 1989 at the rear basement level of the building. It falls into the Park Slope Second Extension District, and it's on the north side of Sterling Place, as we could see on the zoomed in map. That's a historic picture of the building, and that's a current picture. It's currently undergoing a fire damage repair. Our proposed application is a rear extension at the first floor of the building on top of the the existing basement extension. This is an aerial view of the block showing the rear yards. To the east of the building, we could see a full size lot parking garage that's extending fully through the lot on the east. And our extension is actually right next to it. This on the side plan on the left, you can see the new extension at the first floor. And on the right side, this is a current condition with a markup of where our new extension is coming in. At the bottom here, we could see the existing basement extension at the rear of the building. Currently, the whole building, or the whole front and back, are actually stucco finish. It's a standalone building. It's not part of any row houses, and it has its own style. To the left of this picture, you would notice the roof of the garage, which comes at the level of the first floor ceiling at our building. Moving along, this is a rear view of the adjacent buildings, including our building, with a trellis that's part of a deck over the basement floor. This is where the extension is being proposed. And at the second floor, there's an existing roof deck on top of our current first floor. This is staying as it is with no further extensions. That is the proposed rear facade. On the lower right corner, showing the stucco color, which would be a very light beige color, ephes finish with rigid insulation. And we have new opening at the basement floor, or modified opening from the existing, and new glass openings, a double pane door, French door with two side windows that are fixed, and an extension of the roof. This is to show the existing condition and the proposed with a street view. Everything is at the rear of the building. And as you see, there's a deck at the second floor, and the existing deck at the first floor is where the extension is coming in with a sloped roof. That's the existing condition plan. And these are the proposed plans, having two skylights at the proposed extension, and a new deck going into the rear yard. That's a building section showing that the current deck at the second floor is not getting any extension. It's a sloped roof on the new portion added to the first floor. That's the front. These are drone pictures taken from at the second floor window and the third floor window of the across the rear yard from buildings on Park Place, showing that it's completely shielded by the garage that's existing right now. That's the other direction picture, showing the current wood trellis that will be removed and replaced by the proposed extension. The picture on the left clearly shows the basement current extended rear wall, and our proposer is coming over it. This is a rendering of what we're proposing. To the left is an existing condition picture that we previously looked at, and to the right is the proposed condition. Same thing from the other window, from the other direction. It's coming right at the garage wall, which is at the property line, and extending the first floor on top of the existing basement floor. I believe this is it. And that's it.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions at this time, so we'll move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand so we can identify you. And I will turn it over to Gregory College to take us through the testimony.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received one sign up in advance for this item, and that is Lucy Levine from Historic Districts Council. So Lucy Levine, I'll be promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please state your name for the record and unmute your line, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. The height and massing of this rear yard addition seem appropriate, but we find that the fenestration from floor to floor is not compositionally consistent. We also find the wood and steel rear porch detailing to be unaligned and awkward. This proposal needs further refinement. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I'm looking through our attendees list now. I do not see any further hands raised. So I will note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 6 recommends approval. And I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to turn back to the applicant and ask if you would like to respond to the testimony.
No, I don't have any other responses.
Okay. And I know you mentioned using EFIS. Is that for all of the addition, the first floor, the second floor, and the original rear wall of the building, or?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
and
the rear facade.
and the original rear facade is currently stuccoed over brick.
Stucco, white stucco. Yes.
And if I could just note that the staff understood based on the notes on the drawings that it was to be a traditional stucco, not EFIS. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so commissioners, I'm going to ask you to start to unmute. All right, and Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chu, would you second that motion?
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the hearing's closed and we'll begin our discussion on this proposal for a rear yard addition. As you've heard, this is not to increase the overall footprint of the addition, but to really build an addition where there is on the second floor of the existing one-story addition, where there's an existing trellis sort of to the same volume. Building is adjacent to a much deeper garage, and then on the other side, other buildings that have rear extensions, two-story rear extensions. And as we've just heard, the material proposed is EFIS. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you like to start this one?
Yes, thank you. So I think that this is appropriate. It isn't visible. It isn't increasing the footprint. And my comment, I know people question EFIS, but from an energy perspective, it's a home run, so I can support it because it's a stucco look similar to what is there now. And so I think it's approvable, and I would just hope that in the process of the renovation, which the building looks like it needs after the fire, they all, in addition to improving the envelope energy efficiency, electrify. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Chu?
I think that in terms of its modest addition to the existing footprint, I think this is acceptable as proposed.
Vice Chair Bland?
I agree, and I'm persuaded by Commissioner Ginsburg's resounding commentary about the energy efficiency of EFIS. I think it's appropriate here in this location because it's in the rear. I would never think, no matter what the energy efficiency, that in the front of a building, if it's stuccoed, that we would replace that with EFIS, but I can accept it here. And certainly the volume it presents no issue for me. So I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
Other rear facades look like, you know, are they stucco? Are they brick? I mean, we just don't have any idea. So, but I can approve this.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Goldblum?
Yeah, I think it's generally appropriate. In terms of the EFIS conversation, there is most of the main companies now that make EFS also offer a cement stucco version wherein you obtain the exact same energy performance as you do with the synthetic stucco without the negatives of the water retention and quality control problems that EFS has. And I guess I'm old enough to remember that there was a time when we really just rejected EFS out of hand as a substandard material that just shouldn't be used in a landmark district. So the lingering guilt urges me to suggest that we request the cement stucco version of the engineered finishes, all that come under the category of EFS.
Okay, we can ask them to explore that. And, in terms of sort of our approach as it, sort of evolves over the years and recognizing new social needs and current needs, we have, I think, allowed EFS in areas that are not visible either from the street, but also from sort of in this case where it's not really that visible from the rest of the donut. And also we've even allowed it for energy reasons on visible side facades. So that's also something to think about as we continue to think about how preservation and sustainability goals align. But we can definitely have them explore the products and to understand if there are, what the properties are, and see if we can get something that is even more aligned with traditional stucco. Commissioner Chapin?
Yeah, this is actually a sort of charming little house. I mean, it's always surprising when things turn up, as we're going through our districts. But I was wondering if anyone knows what the front facade material was originally.
Corey, I don't know if you can speak to that.
I'll ask Leanne to provide that if she knows the answer.
I think it was some sort of wood siding that was, removed a pretty long time ago and stuccoed over in kind of a brownstone cementitious material.
Given the sort of Italianate style, the stucco doesn't seem really inappropriate, and it did look like some kind of wooden siding. I guess it was maybe it was supposed to look like a chalet, or I'm not sure. Anyway, I was just curious about that. Thank you. I can support this as presented. I think the back is appropriate, and we can, with the staff working with them on that EFS coating or whatever, or back, I guess that'll be, I can approve this in this instance.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Holford Smith.
I think it's appropriate. I think it's modest, and I think the EFS is I think for most people, you probably wouldn't notice the difference. I think using the cement stucco EFS is a better idea too. So,
yeah.
Okay.
Appropriate.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so I think we can support it as proposed. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make the motion?
Sorry, I had to turn on the mic there. With regards to LPC 23-00335, 85 Sterling Place, Park Slope, Historic District Extension 2, an altered Italianate style semi-attached house built in 1869 to 1880. Application is to enlarge an existing rear yard addition. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of Park Slope Historic District Extension 2, that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the building and will not be visible from a public thoroughfare, that this small semi-attached house is not part of a row. The existing rear facade is shallower than the neighboring buildings to either side, and that the building is cut off from the majority of the block by the adjacent full lot garage building. Therefore, the construction of an additional story on the existing extension will not overwhelm the building, the adjacent buildings, or disrupt a uniform flow. That the proposed rear yard addition will be vertical extension of the existing one-story extension and therefore will not reduce the block's central green space. That the materiality of the rear addition featuring metal and glass windows, assembly, EIFS cladding to match the rest of the facade, and asphalt shingle roofing to match the main roof will maintain the building's residential character and is keeping with the existing material of the building, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Park Slope Historic District Extension 2.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
And John, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi.
Aye.
9 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
All right, that's approved. Thank you. And please do, as you continue to work with the staff to develop your final filing drawings and final specs, please continue to work with them and explore the products available by the companies that make EIFS to see if there are others that have the same energy performance and maybe other properties that are more like stucco, but it is approved as is. We do encourage you to explore that though. All right, we'll move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 4, LPC 23-06201. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Brooklyn, block 2296, lot 7501. 118 North 11th Street, the Hecla Ironworks Building individual landmark. This is a manufacturing building with simple classical style ornamentation designed by Niels Poulsen and built in 1896-97. And the application is to create and modify masonry openings, install infill, replace windows, and install signage.
Hi, Commissioners. The applicants have entered the hearing and now have control of the presentation. Sarah, please state your name for the record. You may begin.
Thank you, Abby. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Scher. I'm from Higgins, Quays, Barth & Partners. I am joined today by my colleague, Ward Dennis, and we are the historic preservation consultants for the owners of the former Hecla Ironworks building located at 118 North 11th Street between Berry and Wythe in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Hecla Ironworks building was designated an individual landmark in 2004. It is a 4-story building designed by Hecla and constructed with Hecla iron, and it was constructed between 1896 and 1897. As you can see from this photo, we've been working with the owners and with Landmark staff to restore the upper floor windows at the front and the back of the building. Each window has been taken off site, repaired, received new glazing, made operational again, and reinstalled. The work proposed today relates to ground floor modifications to further improve the building, bring a new tenant to the base, and provide code-required egress. So Hecla was one of the most important manufacturers of architectural iron and bronze work in the United States at the turn of the 20th century. The building was constructed to serve as the company's headquarters, and here in this slide, we have a 1909 Brooklyn Eagle postcard that shows the Hecla campus with our building located right here. In the top right corner, there is a zoom in of the base as shown in the 1909 postcard, and we're seeing a stable entrance. You can see the horse exiting right here, and then windows along the rest of the ground floor. The 1940s tax photo is our primary historic photograph showing the base. As you can see in the 3 center bays, there are windows that match those above, though none are currently being operated in this photograph. On the left side or east side of the base, we have a zoom in the top right corner. We're seeing 2 doors flanking a panel with a bulkhead below with signage above that's still extant today. And then there's signage along all the spandrels. In the bottom right corner, there's a zoom in of the western entrance. And in this, we're seeing a stable door with multi-light windows. And then hard to see, but flanking the stable door are multi-light side lights that are situated between cast iron piers. This is the 2004 landmarks designation photo. At the time of designation, all of the historic infill at the ground floor had been removed. This was also the condition in the 1980s tax photo and is the condition today. This existing condition photo just shows the overall building. The historic infill has been removed, and there's currently a combination of brick, CMU, and stucco, as well as a garage door at the base of the building. The base has also been painted and graffitied, and as part of the project, the paint and graffiti will be removed. Hecla was actually known as a pioneer of a process called the Bauer-Barth process, where cast iron was heated with steam instead of painted, creating a finish similar to what you might see on a cast iron pan. So the iron was historically unpainted and will once again be unpainted once this work is done. So for the public hearing scope, we'll just take a closer look at the existing conditions bay by bay, going from left to right, so you can see that in more detail. So here's the leftmost bay. There is an existing building entrance here, an existing signboard, and then an infilled opening with a cast iron saddle. The proposal here is to add a new tenant entrance in this bay to match the building entrance, and then paint tenant signage where the 118 is now using the same font as office. There will also be a new sign using the existing dimensions of the existing sign here, and this transom will be infilled with brick. At the next bay over, behind this bay is an existing historic stair. And at this location, there is CMU infill that sits proud of the cast iron piers, and the cast iron bulkhead is missing. There's currently no means of egress for this existing stair, so we are proposing a door opening in this bay. These two bays have stucco coated CMU and metal bracing where there were historically windows, as we saw in the 1940s tax photo. We are proposing new custom steel windows in this location to match the configuration and details of the upper floor windows, but they will be fixed in operation as they will be acting as storefronts. And then the rightmost bay, where the stable door that we saw in the tax photo was, there's now a garage door. Behind this door, there is a second set of cast iron piers that flanks the CMU infill here. We'll be restoring the missing sidelight windows that are now CMU infill. And this bay will have new infill that will provide code required egress for the new tenant. So as I mentioned, the ground floor of the building will be used for a new tenant, swingers, and indoor miniature golf club. This is the outline of the Landmark building. You can see the dotted line here and here. As you can see, the Landmark building is currently connected to adjacent properties to the south and east, and the tenant will be occupying these spaces as seen in white on the right. Here are overall existing and proposed elevations, existing on top, proposed on the bottom. So at the left, you can see this new entrance door with the painted signage and the new signboard. In the next bay over, we have the new egress door that will match the other entrance doors in this bay, the recreated historic windows in the two following bays, and then in the end bay, that new metal infill that provides egress and references the stable door design, but also plays off the tripartite organization across the facade. And then, of course, the restored sidelight windows flanking the stable door bay. So here is a zoom in of the proposed ground floor and a partial plan, and I'll just point out a few items here that are important to see in plan. As you can see in the second bay, here is that existing stair that's directly adjacent to the front facade. Because this is an egress stair, it does require a fire rating, which is why we're keeping the CMU in this location. And there's currently no egress, so that is why the door is being proposed in this bay. In plan, you can see here as well, there's a bar prep area that will require a partition that's set back 20 inches from the glazing here. To obscure views to the partition, we are proposing vinyl decals that will have some color to them. We'll look at a mock-up of this in the slides to come that will obscure views to the partition at the interior. And then in the stable bay, as you can see, there is an egress chute here that has to be located on the western end of the building that will provide code required egress for the tenant. And the door infill is set at the historic location, this historic plane of the stable door in this bay. So just some details going left from right to show you things a little bit more closer up. So here's that new tenant door with signage above, painted signage above. This is a new sign at the signboard that will be metal with laser cut letters. There's proposed to be a light source inside that will only be on in the evening so that the sign can be seen. This is a detail of that sign. So the yellow is representing where the laser cut would be. So there's more solid to void. And it will have a light source inside that will connect to conduit through non-historic infill. In the next bay, with the existing stair showing the new door to match the other two entrance doors of this building, we're also proposing to restore the missing plinth beneath this cast iron pier, just to give it something to land on. The next two bays will be recreating the missing windows. So as part of the restoration work at the upper floors, we've already done documentation of the existing profiles and dimensions. So the new windows, which will be custom made in steel, will have those same details to match exactly, but will be fixed in operation. And then this is the former stable door entrance. As you can see, the existing garage door covers up this these inner cast iron piers, and then there's open space behind the door. So this new paneled metal infill references the idea of a stable door with a transom above, but utilizing that tripartite configuration seen throughout the building. So we feel that this references the idea of a stable entrance without a literal replication. And you can also see the restored multi-light side lights that will be added to, that will replace the CMU flanking this entrance. Just some interior and exterior elevations of this. And then these are the section details. If you want to go back to these, I can. It's just showing the paneling of the new infill, as well as the muntin details of the transoms and the side lights. So as I mentioned, there are vinyl decals proposed for the new window glazing. The colors are highlighted in purple here. Vinyl decals are used at swingers locations to express some personality of the place on the street. Swingers is proposing a more muted version of this at this building, which we'll see on the next slide. And I just also want to call out this paint chip on the bottom right. Jablonski Building Conservation did a finish analysis developing a paint color that most closely matches the original Bauer bar finish of the cast iron. This will be used for all of the new windows, infill, and doors. And then here is the mock-up. On the left is existing, right is a proposed mock-up of those transparent vinyl decals on the windows, just showing what it would look like. Understanding a retail establishment will be occupying the whole base of the building, and we feel that there is a very minimal amount of signage, just these decals, that one painted sign and that one signboard, and then nothing is attaching to historic fabric. And then this is the overall proposal. Once again, we feel these changes allow for a substantial amount of restoration work, provide signage and access for a new tenant that will give the building some new life, and also provides code required egress in a sensitive, appropriate way. And happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. All right, commissioners, do we have, yes, we do have some questions. Commissioner Ginsburg, please go ahead.
I'm surprised that between the stair and the exterior, you need a fire rated enclosure where you have that CMU. And if I'm right, if there would be a better solution there.
Well, we're not changing it. It is an existing CMU, and it's our understanding that masonry is required for the fire rating here because of it being a primary stair for the upper floor tenants. So that's why we didn't propose any changes to the infill, just for provided an egress door so that there's some egress out for the upper floor tenant.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Right, I don't see any other questions, so let's move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And I will turn it over to Gregory Kalla to take us through the testimony.
Thank you, Chair Carroll. We received a couple of signups beforehand for this item, so we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council first. So Lucy Levine, I'll be promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please state your name for the record and unmute your line, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC supports this proposal and is glad to see the restoration of the windows on the ground floor. We are aware that restoring the windows in the second bay is unfeasible due to code compliance, but we would love to see the applicant consider additional measures for the second bay, such as using the same brick as was used in Bay 1, which we feel would be more appropriate than the existing concrete block.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. And next up, we'll be hearing from John Graham from the Victorian Society of New York. So John Graham, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society of New York. The Victorian Society supports most of the proposed work at this important and impressive individual landmark. The new ground floor windows appear to match exactly the materials, proportions, and details of what appear to be original windows at the upper floors. This is a welcome change from so many approved window applications that vary significantly in materials, details, or operation from the originals. We think the applied translucent film on the glazing will have a minimal effect. The new infill at the far right bay is a reasonably close interpretation of the historic infill, and we find it to be harmonious with the building's architectural character. We're less enthusiastic about the two left-hand bays. While the proposed changes do no harm to the building's architectural character, neither do they improve it to any extent. We hope that in the future, the masonry infill at these bays will be removed, that the bays will be restored in similar ways to the others. Regarding signs, we recommend conserving rather than replacing the office sign band, which seems to retain historic lettering. The large illuminated sign box proposed is appropriate because of its location against this non-historic infill. Its muted colors, metal material, and minimal cutouts for lighting will result in a subdued presence despite its size. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. And looking through our attendees list, I do not see any further hands raised. So I will note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 1 recommends approval. And I'll bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you, Gregory. I'd like to turn back to the applicant and ask if you'd like to respond to the testimony we've heard.
Well, we appreciate the supportive testimony. For the CMU Bay, we did look at this very closely, and ultimately we didn't find a solution that would be better than using what was existing. And hopefully in the future, if there's a way to address both code and then also propose something appropriate for the rest of the infill other than the door, we would certainly come back to the commission to do that.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, I'm going to ask you all to unmute so that we can move to the discussion. Commissioner Chu, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Holford Smith, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion now on, the proposal goes a significant way to cleaning up and providing a use space of this building that will support, I think, the long-term preservation of the building. And we'll go ahead and have a discussion on the various aspects of that component. I will remind everyone that we cannot compel owners to remove a condition that was there at the time of designation. So with respect to the CMU wall, we are really looking at the appropriateness of the inserting a new door within that. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start this one?
Sure. And this is a really great building, and it's a big benefit to the community that they're proposing the restorations that they are proposing, and that they have a use for it. It's wonderful. I find it to be basically appropriate. I think that the going from right to left, I think that the new insertion where they had the garage door is totally appropriate. The 2 bays where they're putting the windows back and the water table are obviously appropriate. I guess I'm a little curious as to the CMU walls being required. I always thought that the rating requirement was from the inside to the inside. In other words, you're keeping the fire from getting into the stair. You're not keeping the fire from getting into the stair from the outside unless that wall is very close to another building that could itself get on fire, I guess. But irrespective of you're right, they don't have to do anything to it. I think it's a shame. It's right next to your entrance. I think even stuccoing it and painting it would be a better option than leaving the CMU, but it's their decision to make. And I don't think it's obviously they're allowed to keep it. So.
Right. And
there you go.
I think the applicant did say they would go back to really confirm that. And I think if they don't,
you can have an open stair as a fire stair. It can be open to the weather, as long as it's covered, it's legal as far as I always understood, but whatever.
Okay. And should they not need it, they may come back to us with some different design here.
Yeah, but I think the door is fine and is what it is. The only thing is about and I think that the film covering those 2 middle bays is also totally appropriate. I think that in the entry bay on the far left, the sign panel is fine. I would suggest that given the fact that you have non-specific historic lettering going on in that transom or that sign band there, and it's rather charismatic stuff, I would suggest, and since the brick was probably not original and it certainly is blank, I think that they could put their additional signage in the blank area of the brick above the door and leave the old painted stuff as it is. I think that's that lends to the building's appeal as a historic artifact, that you can really feel that that's old. So I'd hate to lose that. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
Oh, I think it's all appropriate. One question I have is the CMU. Is it going to be painted or not painted? Or is it painted now? I'm not quite sure. But I think the work they have done is appropriate.
Okay, and I don't know if the staff can answer that question. I think it's Stephanie.
It's painted now, as we saw in the pictures.
So is that the color they're going to keep? Are they going to keep the graffiti?
I don't know if Stephanie or Corey can answer that.
Yeah.
I mean, my understanding was that it would have a consistent color scheme throughout. I think you were showing that dark grayish black color. I mean, I can't speak for the graffiti if that's going to be kept or not, but I believe it was to kind of maintain the status quo with the painted concrete block.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Ginsburg?
I think it's appropriate, and it's a beautiful building, and they're doing a very thoughtful renovation.
Commissioner Lutfi?
Yeah, I agree. The changes they are making, I want to applaud the applicant for making the changes that they're making. They're restoring and fixing windows, installing windows at the base that tie in and really unify the facade in a wonderful way. I think the film on the windows is fine. I'm agree that the metal panels on the right-hand side work. And I guess I think that whatever's happening here on the left-hand side, which it sounds based on what the applicant has said will over time evolve. But I just would recommend that they continue to work with staff so that this whole section works well together and ties in nicely with the building. And
Okay.
I'm okay with the signage.
Okay, great. I was going to ask that too. Okay, Vice Chair Bland.
I'm okay with all of it. And I think many of the other commissioners have stated most of the issues, so. I'm fine with
Okay, great. Commissioner Chu.
I'm good with the proposal. I know this building and I do commend them on restoring it. The thing that's so wonderful about this specific building are those windows, because they operate in a really wonderful way. They spin in the middle and the top. So they're replacing all those in as steel windows per the original. I commend you. Fantastic. It's a beautiful building.
Thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
I agree. This is such a great building. And it looks like they're doing a really good job with the windows. So that's great to see. And I think what they're proposing on the ground floor is really good. I do hope that they can take a look at the code for the fire stair and try to get rid of that CMU if at all possible. I think otherwise, I also agree with Commissioner Goldblum's comment about trying to keep all of the original signage whatever exists. And try to use some of the blank new brick or other surfaces for new signage.
Okay, Commissioner Chapin.
I think in general that it's a very good proposal, and I can pretty well accept it as presented.
Okay. All right, so I do think that we have enough commissioners to approve it as accept as presented. Two commissioners did ask them to explore putting the new signs elsewhere so that the existing signs can be retained. And I think that that's something that's would be good for them to explore. So, but I do note that we have, I think, enough support to approve it as is. So I think, why don't I go ahead and make this motion and sort of add an exploration to the end of that.
Fine.
Okay. In the matter of docket number LPC 2306-201, 118 North 11th Street, the Hecla Iron Works Building, an individual landmark, manufacturing building with simple classical style ornamentation designed by Niels Poulsen and built in 1896 to 97. This is an application to create and modify masonry openings, install infill, place windows, and install signage. And I recommend approval, finding that the work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed black finish multi-light windows fixed in place instead of being operable will match the historic windows in terms of configuration, details, and finish, and will maintain a unified fenestration pattern in terms of appearance. That the multi-colored vinyl film applied to the inside of the ground floor windows will be a subtle treatment of the glass and will maintain some transparency at the glazing without detracting from the base of the building. That the proposed infill at the easternmost bay, featuring black finished steel with multi-light transoms that varies from the infill at the other bays as it did historically as a large entrance, will harmonize with the other ground floor infill at this facade. And that the creation of masonry openings within brick and CMU infill and the installation of black finished metal paneled doors will bring a level of uniformity to these previously altered bays. That the proposed poster size freestanding sign anchored to the sidewalk and featuring a solid metal background panel will and internally illuminated letters will be modest in terms of area of illumination and will not call undue attention to itself, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of this individual landmark. And Vice Chair Bland, would you second that motion?
So second, yes.
Thank you. And then we'll call the vote and also continue to encourage them to look at installing the signage as in other areas. But the motion is to approve it as is. Okay, Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lutfi,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 9 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
All right, thank you. And we will now move to our next and final item.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank
Right,
you.
the final item of the day is public hearing item number 5, LPC 22-07227, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the borough of Brooklyn, block 1676, lot 61, 345 Decatur Street in the Bedford-Stuyvesant Expanded Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. This is a stripped Italianate style row house designed by George H. Pryor and built in 1878 with later alterations. The application is to alter facades, construct a rooftop addition, and do minor excavation work.
Hey, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. Frederick, if you could unmute yourself, I will give you control of the presentation.
Okay, can you guys see me as well?
We cannot see you at the moment. Now we can. Please click on your screen. And now you have control of the presentation. You can advance the slides using your arrow keys or your mouse. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Great. Okay, so good afternoon. Thank you for letting us present our renovation project for 345 Decatur Street. My name is Frederick Ballaloom, and I have Michael Regan also with me. We represent Garrison Architects as the applicant for this project. I wanted to start by giving everyone some zoomed out contextual information. Here is the community board boundary. The building is in community board 3. Here is the historic district within the community board boundary. The designation report tells us that the district consists of approximately 825 buildings. The Bedford-Stuyvesant Historic District was designated in 1971 and in 2013 was expanded. This more than doubled the size of the existing historic district. Our project is in the expanded zone of the district. You can see 345 Decatur Street in the context of the historic district. According to the designation report, the buildings within the district mostly date back from the 19th century, when the neighborhood went from being rural to being suburban. The district is composed of row houses and small apartment buildings with commercial ground stories dotted by churches, schools, and related public and institutional buildings. The architecture features are diverse and include over 13 different architectural styles. Here we zoom in to our block on Decatur Street. You can see 345 Decatur outlined in the yellow boundaries. The bottommost image shows the entire street elevation. You can see that 345 is part of a group of 4 two-story row houses that are in the middle of the block. And I wanted to note here that this group of 4 houses are really the shortest houses on the block elevation. The rest of the block is 3 stories or more. Next, we zoom into the front of the building and we're showing it in its existing condition. The designation report tells us that 345 is a stripped Italianate row house designed by George H. Pryor. You can see here in this current photograph that the building has been heavily modified. Okay, so here is the historic photograph, and as you can see, the building has been resurfaced with faux stone. The porch was removed and replaced with a stoop. The windows were replaced throughout. The main entrance was replaced. The transom was removed. The lintels, shutters, cornice are also gone. The designation report tells us that the cast iron fencing is original and we are proposing to restore it. Here you can see other examples of Italianate style houses in the neighborhood. These are some of the oldest houses in the neighborhood per the designation report. Here, we zoomed into the immediate neighborhood and we studied the various roof heights. The gradient from light blue to dark blue depicts the height variation. The lighter the color, the taller the building. You can also see the different additions and alterations on the block. Most of the buildings on the block are 3 stories or higher, with the largest percentage of building heights in the neighborhood being 3 to 4 stories. The current height for 345 Decatur is 27 feet, which is only 2 stories. Here you can see that we're proposing a 3rd floor addition and we're proposing a new height of 35 feet, basically going from 2 stories to 3 stories. Here we are looking at the basic zoning and massing for 345 Decatur. The zoning envelope is dotted in, and you can see the 2 neighboring buildings and their respective heights. Now with the proposed addition and its height relative to our neighbors. Here we see the proposed front elevation for the building. Here you can see and you can compare the original, the current, and the proposed front elevation. We understand that we are proposing a design that is closer to a reinterpretation of the original design rather than a traditional recreation. This is partially because we feel that what originally made this building special is gone or in really poor condition. We are also focused on making a very energy efficient building close to passive house standard, and that has some implication in terms of solar shading and envelope. We took a really careful look at the historical photograph and the description in the designation report to find and to distill the DNA of the original design. We wanted to bring back what we felt were the significant architectural features. So here's what we were thinking. We are proposing to bring back the 3-bay arrangement by restoring the 1st floor windows. We are also bringing back the front porch with the asymmetrical front door and adding a glass side light. You can see the glass on the front door of the original tax photo. We're proposing to get rid of the faux stone facade and to go back to original wood siding. We're keeping and restoring the ironwork fence and adding planters at the front of the porch. We feel that the ironwork and the myriad of planters in the neighborhood really ties the district together as a whole, despite the wide variety of styles. We're proposing high efficiency windows. We oversized them to be more closely aligned with the proportions of the original windows, which were really made prominent by thicker trim and lintels. This is also important because these high efficiency windows have films that don't let as much light in. We are bringing back the shutters for solar control. These are sliding shutters that can slide past each other and stack. When they are not in use, they're meant to sit in between the windows and replicate the way the original shutters filled in the middle space when in their open configuration. The sliding shutters add visual depth and relief that kind of work in a similar way to traditional lintels. And lastly, we're proposing to bring back a cornice that matches the angle and the height of the original. We're proposing that it plays triple duty. It helps transition the building against the sky. It becomes a planter and the railing for the terrace. Here, we're just zooming into the proposed front elevation. Here, we're just showing what the front elevation looks like without vegetation. Here you can see the front elevation probes. We found two types of siding, clapboard and shiplap. Next, we're showing 3 studies for the front facade: bleached gray stained clapboard, painted shiplap, and what we are proposing, which is a bleached or gray stained horizontal shiplap cedar siding. We checked with our plan examiner to make sure that we are allowed to use wood siding on this project. Here you can see the plan detail of the front facade showing the high efficiency windows and the double wall assembly. Here you can see the cornice detail in relation to the original building profile, which is shown in red. Here's what it looks like from the front. Here we're showing our various cornice studies we did to dial in the amount of vegetation, the porosity, and the scale. The photograph at the bottom left shows a similar detail in the neighborhood. In this case, it's a lintel with a planter. Once again, kind of going back to this idea that the greenery really ties the neighborhood together. Here's what it looks like looking out from the terrace. You can see the planters and you can see the height of the buildings across the way. This is just Google Earth imagery showing the existing conditions and comparing it to the proposed project in context from Decatur Street. The yellow line indicates 345. And here it's really same thing, but from the rear yard. The yellow line is shown is the proposed bulk to help you compare the existing and the proposed. I want to note that we cannot see the building we cannot see the back of the building from any public thoroughfare, and that we are not changing the footprint of the existing building. We also worked to minimize the visibility of the rooftop addition by pushing it in from the side and from the rear. You can also see that the addition is just a bit taller than our neighbor to the left here. Okay, and so this is the section showing that we set back the front elevation of the addition by 18 feet so that it isn't visible from any angle from Decatur Street, which is the public thoroughfare. It's also important to note that the backyard is 4.5 feet below the front of the building, making it a sort of half in, half out situation. And we're proposing to make that cellar accessible from the rear yard. Here you can see our mock-up. Here, just showing it from across the street at 6 feet. And here we're just raising the camera a little bit to just show you guys that it's there. Okay, next we see the existing rear elevation. It's overgrown, it's in really bad condition, it's vinyl siding. You can get a feel a little bit for the adjacent buildings as well, their architectural features in the rear. Here we're looking from the roof towards the rear yard. Note the very large tree that blocks the view across the way. Here's the proposed rear facade. Note that we are purposely differentiating the cladding material of the rooftop addition from the current footprint. Here you can see the addition from the back, and we're proposing fiber cement siding in a horizontal configuration to match the horizontal configuration of the siding on the rest of the building. Okay, and so just to recap, we want to celebrate the relevant architectural features from the original building without recreating them one-to-one. We feel that this is in keeping with the variation of the neighborhood and the incremental changes that have occurred. We made sure that we contributed to the streetscape of the neighborhood by restoring the ironwork and adding abundant planters and greenery. And just finally, just to simply add that we're making a highly energy efficient building and adding that to the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. And I think we do have some questions, so we'll go ahead with questions now. Commissioner Goldblum, please go ahead.
Hi, do you have any details of the front porch or something to help us understand that element a little bit better?
We might be able, if I don't know if we can zoom in, but we have our front elevation. We could go back to the section if that's something that's a little more useful.
It's a simple painted steel frame with a polycarb roof to it. It's pretty straightforward, and we have some cables that go from top to bottom to take the plantings from the front yard.
Oh, so you can't fall off the porch because there's wires there?
Yes, but also it's not above 30 inches.
Right, but so the wires would keep you from falling down 20 whatever inches.
That's right. They would restrict you.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Commissioner Jefferson, please go ahead.
You said that the new windows, the size of the new windows are based on the historic windows, correct?
Well, so they're based on the historical windows, taking into account the way they appear so much bigger than they are because of the original trim details and the lintel and all of that.
So they're not actually the window opening size. They're taking the ornament into it to make it this size.
Correct.
That's
okay,
correct.
thank you.
Right, so the building on the left has lost its ornament, so that's why the difference is so evident. But I guess the building to its left, you can see, well, there's shutters there, but I think where the historic, so the proportion of your window is the size of the window plus the historic ornament that would have existed.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Ginsburg.
Did you look at dividing the shutters so they could slide to either side and more like what was there traditionally?
We sort of did look at that, but it's a matter of like how many tracks you want to have, so it's like we ended up with 2 tracks and like 3 panels, and they kind of one stacks on the other. It's possible we could take a look at that. The panels might be a little bit too small. It's worth considering, though. I don't know if we've fully considered that.
Well, it would expand that central band reading to the edge of the building, and I think it was just a choice that we made at the time, but we're open to any adjustment that would make it better.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lutfi.
Yeah, just to clarify, I may not have understood. I know you want to make the building energy efficient. Did you say you were trying to make it a passive house or just energy efficient?
It's close to passive house standard, but this one won't actually be certified as passive house. This is just kind of a client request.
Mm-hmm. And so what I'm looking at on the rooftop, those aren't solar panels.
No, we do have solar panels on the top of the addition at the top, but you cannot see them.
Yeah. Oh, you can't see them.
No.
Okay.
No, what you're looking at here is that you can see the cornice at the front of the terrace, but you cannot see.
I'm looking at another photo, which is on page 25.
Yeah, so you can see them from the back here a little bit, but yeah, we made sure and we would calibrate the solar panels so that they still would not be visible from any public thoroughfare.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they would be visible from the rear yard as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
All right, Commissioner Chu.
Yeah, a couple questions. At the ground floor porch, there is a shutter between the two windows as well that slides. Is the same as upstairs. I can't see it because there's a
Yes,
tree in
yes,
front of
there
it.
is.
And you were describing there's is it stainless steel cables running vertically like a screen, just really loose in front of that? Is that what your drawing indicates?
Yes, basically just steel cables. They're attached to the top and to the bottom, and they would basically support the plants in the planter in front.
Oh, to
Four
climb.
inch space and suspended pretty tightly from the top.
So they go to the steel member horizontal above and straight down to the
Correct.
the porch. Last thing, just because of visual, I'm looking at this image and the side light is at the right of the door. I think I saw in some of your drawings it showed on the left. I just wanted to know which one it was.
I think it's the right. I think that just works better with the stair inside.
The rendering is correct.
I believe it is, yes.
Yeah, not sure what your right or my right or which right that is. Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
Just the coating on the wood, is that heavy bodied stain or is it that's question A. And question B, is it a shiplap siding you're using?
It's a bleached look. Actually, the inspiration was the de Menil Foundation.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, thank
Very
you.
much like.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions at this time, so we'll move to public testimony. And if you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Gregory Kalla to take us through the testimony.
Okay, thank you, Chair Carroll. We received a couple of signups beforehand, so we'll be hearing from those individuals first. The first signup is Evelyn Collier from Brooklyn Community Board 3. So Evelyn Collier, I am promoting you to panelist right now. So if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Hello, Evelyn Collier, are you with us?
Unmute, okay. I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, thank you. Hi, I'm Evelyn Collier. Good evening, commissioners and Commissioner Carroll. I'm representing Community Board 3 in reference to application 22-07227. We saw this applicant in April of 2022, so many changes might have been made since we reviewed the application. We were not able to get it for our last meeting, which was April 10th, in term to give it a second look. So I'm reading what we observed from the first presentation. And I'll just go to the committee observation and committee comments. The committee observation was that the alteration included restoration of a building that is in disrepair and does not resemble the adjacent historic properties. This is in reference to 345 Decatur Street. I forgot to state that. Energy and sustainability issues are appropriately addressed. Construction of 20 feet wide, one-story building height increased. Ironwork fencing appeared to be original and would be restored. Material, natural cedar siding is proposed to be left to weather to a natural light gray color. New cornice, front steps, and porch are designed interpretively. The proposed cornice idea would be a rooftop planter rather than a traditional cornice. That may have changed. So the committee comments were the applicant should consider new front and rear facade should be done and painted wood as opposed to natural cedar. The segmented vertical pattern does not relate to the surrounding townhouse vocabulary. Windows and door sizes are too large and do not relate to the adjacent building. Front elevation, refined building details with respect to the adjacent building. The modernist interpretation of the cornice and porch is not sufficiently responsive to the historic district standard, nor is it practical. Review placement of air conditioning compressor unit, which we didn't get to see. Consider configuration of the rear extension windows and wood siding. The proposed building alteration will significantly impact the district form and character and is not in alignment with the nearby row houses. Therefore, with due consideration to committee comments, Brooklyn Community Board 3 resolves to not support the proposed extension to the existing building. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
You.
Okay. And next up, we'll be hearing from Lucy Levine from the Historic Districts Council. So Lucy Levine, I am promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Levine. I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this proposal generally appropriate, intriguing, and successful. We particularly like the porch. In our discussion about the original clapboard and shiplap sidings, we wondered if the applicant could find a clever way to incorporate both clapboard and shiplap into this proposal. While the proposed cornice is interesting, a more significant cornice projection would provide more protection for the building's cladding. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. And next up, we'll be hearing from John Graham from the Victorian Society in New York. So John Graham, I'm promoting you to panelist right now. And if you could please unmute your line and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. We commend the applicant for the clarity of the presentation, especially slide 14, which helpfully shows original, existing, and proposed conditions side by side. We wish all proposals were presented with such clarity. We are not going to assess the proposed facade design as a work of contemporary architecture or as a design for a new infill building in this historic district. That would be the wrong basis for making an appropriateness finding. This is a historic house, clearly documented and retaining its historic siding material, original fence, and most original window and door openings. It's part of a historic row of 4, with the 3 houses to the east retaining more of their original features. The missing wood features wouldn't be unusual or difficult to replicate. Restoration or design moving in that direction is the only approach we feel is appropriate for this historic house. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm looking through our attendees list now, and I do not see any further hands raised. So I will bring it back to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you very much, Gregory. All right, I'd like to ask if the applicants would like to respond to the testimony we've heard, and then I think we'll have some more questions. So is the applicant team still with us?
Yes, we are. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's important to point out that the way we saw this this terrace of 4 houses is that they've each been changed. They have each reinterpreted in different ways the neoclassical design elements, and that's actually exactly what we claim to have done as well. There are, for example, good examples and not so good examples in the same row. There's a cornice that's next to ours, which is a pretty basic cornice, to be honest, not to the left, but to the right. And what we've sought to do is to reinterpret the elements of the architecture that are within the terrace of which of 4 houses, and reinterpret it in a modern way, with all due respect to the elements in the other houses next door.
Okay. All right.
Just
Yes.
just to add a couple more things, we after our meeting with the community board, we sort of switched from like natural cedar siding to gray stained cedar siding to just kind of bring it back a little bit closer to a painted version. We also kind of further kind of developed the cornice and made it more aligned slightly a little bit more to the original.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think do have some more questions. Commissioner Goldblum.
Yeah, can I ask you about the probes? The Victorian Society is suggesting that the existing siding is there, and you confirmed that. Has anyone explored, and this might be a question better for staff, can that be exposed and reused, or is it shot behind whatever's there?
What we found is that it's pretty much shot. What they did was they came along and put lath and nailed it into the existing siding, and then put the kind of crazy pave tile on top of that. It's in pretty poor condition.
They also reconfigured the window openings on the first floor.
Correct.
Okay, any other final questions, commissioners? All right, I'm going to ask you all to unmute so that we can move to our discussion. All right, Commissioner Holford Smith, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Lutfi, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And I think this will be a very interesting discussion for us. This building was heavily altered at the time of designation. It does retain its form and to some degree its fenestration pattern, at least on the second floor, and the location of the door, but no fabric on the exterior, except for the probes that revealed some siding beneath, which we've heard from the applicant is not reusable. So the building retains scale, I think, and fenestration, maybe at the second floor, that relates to the row. And certainly sort of an identity as a row house. And so in cases where buildings have been so heavily altered at the time of designation, the commission has certainly welcomed restoration and approved restoration, but we have also approved different approaches and have not necessarily required restoration. And so I think that this is a proposal to do a contemporary interpretation of the row. And so I think as an approach, that is something the commission has done in the past. But if that is an approach that you can find appropriate, then I think we need to talk about why it's successful or what isn't successful about it in terms of its design, materiality, and details. So we'll begin our discussion, and Vice Chair Bland, would you like to start this one?
I'll be happy to. It's a juicy problem, a wonderful problem to try to figure this out. Can you go back to the slide that was just up there? Yeah. I must say, I first was so taken with the historic photograph, sort of as a commentary of what's happened along the way in our city to create the middle photograph. We don't need to ponder that too long, but it's a kind of a sad commentary, isn't it? And then to have the new proposal on the right. I think these three tell a very interesting story. Where to begin? I think what's happening here is something that I applaud and have consistently applauded. The idea of a contemporary contextual building. In this case, that would infill. Although I must say, looking back at the gorgeousness of the original makes me think that, unlike what I might often suggest, a replication, at least for the facade of that beautiful building that is not exactly still in existence at the rest of the row, but is at least the remnants of it are there, the building to the left. So a replication here is, to me, would not be out of the question if I were the architect, but I'm not. I just note that's an awfully appealing building there. So if you're going to take a contemporary approach, I think you've started off with many of the elements kind of in the properly oriented and organized as a contextual building with the others in the row, but somehow it's just missing in a number of ways that I can't quite point out, and I'm not sure it's our responsibility to really tell you exactly how to design it specifically, but just make general comments, which is my aim here. I will suggest that, I mean, I understand what you're doing with the wood, but somehow it's coming off almost as a beach house or something here, as opposed to the urban row. Being inspired by Renzo Piano's marvelous Menil building, Menil Museum in my hometown of Houston, which I know intimately. Seems interesting, but not odd, actually. Why pick that building here? But so I understand what you're doing, but I somehow it's not working. The shutter idea, again, I understand kind of what you're doing, but it's not working for me yet. It's making a horizontal row of it rather than three punched openings with shutters. So somehow that's not also working. The porch with its vertical wire mesh or whatever that is, I don't quite understand that or why you need to do that. The whole thing seems a little bit at odds with the fence, which is original. But maybe I don't know, maybe that's an acceptable thing. I'm sort of wandering around here, but I really don't want to say much more. I just don't think it's quite there yet. But the basic massing of the building I can completely support. That's fine. That's not an issue for me at all. It's really the articulation of this contemporary contextual front, which again, conceptually, I have no problem with. It's just I don't think quite the details are quite working for me quite yet. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I think that was very helpful. Commissioner Goldblum?
Thank you very much. I agree with Fred almost completely. I think that I would just start with one caveat, however. I take very seriously what John Graham said in the testimony. And I think that if the staff can work with the applicant to verify that the overwhelming majority of the existing wood siding is not present and not restorable, then I would agree with Fred and with you. If however, I mean, the probes that they made didn't look too bad to me. It looked like, you know, and the description that he had about how it's just nailed in, again, did not scare me. So I would ask that before they go a whole lot further forward, they do a little bit more investigation. If, however, it's determined by the staff that and I think it's not unlikely that he's right, that the siding will be shot. But I mean, fixing, repairing wood siding is a no-brainer. It's not hard to do if the majority of the historic material is there, it's recoverable. I think that should be done. But let's assume, for the sake of this conversation, that it cannot be restored and that it's lost. Then I think that the general approach is acceptable to me, and I think that. I mean, some of the things that Fred raised, I don't, you know, I think that what I would add to what Fred said is that you should look to the historical photo, not for inspiration in terms of details, but in terms of inspiration for spirit. And by that, I mean the following. When it comes to the front porch, which I think is a great restored asset to this building and to reestablishing a sense of commonality with its neighbor. I think you should look at the proportions of the neighboring porch and seek to enhance the sense of continuity between the two houses that was the hallmark of the historic image. I think another thing to think about, I mean, like you did that kind of with the cornice, I think you might be able to add detail in your vocabulary that would indicate a deeper cornice that would kind of suggest or relate to both the extant neighbor and to the historic condition. Because I mean, if there's one thing that characterizes that historic image is the sense of continuity across the two houses, probably across the four houses. And I think that obviously you're never going to reclaim that. But to the extent that you could talk about it in your design, I think that would make it a better, richer design, and it would give it some of the site specificity that I heard lacking in what Fred had said, and I certainly shared that feeling if that's where he was going. I think that the detailing of the wood, I personally think, you know, I agree it's kind of beach housey, but I kind of don't mind it. I think that the issue with the shutters is more about the design of the track than the design of the shutters. I think that, again, in the spirit of the historic image, what's missing from this is a sense of, I don't know, play or vividness, or I mean, polychromy was certainly involved in the original. Here, it's very, very muted. I think that there's a level of detail, even in the modernist vocabulary, that's lacking here that would enrich it, make it more site specific, and make it tie in maybe to the front fence in some rhythmic way. Or there's probably a lot of different ways you could go with it, and it's not our job to figure it out for you. But I think what's missing here is a level of development that would make it site specific and referent to the historic image. I think the back facade is fine. I think the roof addition is fine as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, okay. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Goldblum and Commissioner Bland mentioned. Let's see. I think the three issues, I'm also okay with the mass proposed, the rooftop addition in the rear. It's really the front facade where I think the discussion lies. Okay, so the wood itself, I do feel that these sort of lightly bleached look creates more diversity in the horizontal planks. And I guess my reaction is there's not enough surface area of wall to have that much diversity of planks. And I want it to feel more homogeneous. So I read the wall plane, which is really the basic elevation of the house wall with punches in it. And that helps me reinforce it and not it fall apart in a lot of little moves. So I do support a more homogeneous finish on the wood. I think I do appreciate the modern approach and interpretation of the historic elements. I do quite like the cornice and the idea of the porch. However, I do, in support of Commissioner Goldblum's previous comment, feel that the continuity of the adjacent houses is not retained as much as it could be or reinforced. And to me, it's really about weight and proportion. I feel like the porch header is too small, doesn't have enough weight that I sense in a lot of the traditional. There's more ornamentation, of course, in the historic condition, but it has a weight to it on those columns below. I also feel that the cornice could use more weight, so that those two elements to me, which characterize the house, could be amped up a little more, so to give the house a sense of what the elements are and their priorities on the facade section. I do feel that the roof cornice feels a bit anemic, feels a little small. It could get bigger and have more prominence. I like the detailing. I think it's really nice. Last comment is, I also feel a little strange about the horizontal shutter movement. I like the idea. I can see how you detailed it. I think the detailing is fine. I just question the fundamental move to emphasize horizontality as opposed to verticality. And that, I think Commissioner Bland mentioned this as well. I commend you from changing that horizontal that was at the ground floor that was changed from the original house, because I hate that, and it's done to a lot of these houses, and bringing that back is great. But I feel like to some extent you've kind of returned back to it upstairs where I get the strong horizontal reading again, and I want to read the 3 windows. I like the light effect, the dappling on the facade. I think those things you've thought about and give character to the facade with light and shadow. I'm afraid that the shadow effect will emphasize horizontality up there as opposed to 3 vertical elements.
Okay.
Those
Great.
are my comments.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Jefferson?
I think the volume of the building, the addition, all works well. The issue really is the facade. And the issue with the facade is thinness. It's very thin. It's modern. It's 1950s modern with its thinness. And with thinness, proportions become important. And I'm beginning to wonder that, I mean, the porch is lovely, but the thinness of it is always going to make this facade not fit in with the rest of the block. It's just thin, and the color of it. So how to change that, whether to make the window, the proportion of the windows smaller so that they kind of fit in with the rest of the block. Maybe the horizontal movement should be removed and made it vertically, maybe. But it's going to be very difficult without adding texture to this facade to make it fit in. It's going to feel like a beach house of the Hamptons of the 60s and 70s. It's going to start to feel, it's not going to have the feeling, the atmosphere of this row of buildings. And they can't go back to the heavier one. The original one was heavy, thick heaviness. And this is totally a contrast.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
And first, can we go to the wall section? I want to see something there. In general, I agree with my colleagues. I actually think that a modern interpretation is good. And that in general, the massing is appropriate. One of the things, and I think Commissioner Jefferson's comment on the thinness, the windows are right out front, and if they were pulled back a bit, that might help. But now if we go back to the elevation, so I agree with everyone else's comments that the front elevation is what needs some work. And I have just a few comments to think about because I presume we're going to ask the applicant to go
Yes.
back and develop this. One is, I think the thinness, it's like that porch, it just seems very thin and it doesn't fully relate to the adjacent ones. Second, the window proportions, by making the windows bigger than the adjacent buildings, they seem out of place. And tied to that, the screens on the track seem to me, well, the tracks seem to be detrimental. And one could do modern screens that were shutters that were hinged on the side and flipped open to more closely mimic the historic without going into any detail. And then finally, I agree about the cornice, and it sort of feels to me like there needs to be something in there to give bigger would be good, but also to give a shadow line so it is just a little broken up. But I think with some tweaking and studying that they will be able to come back to with us with something that will be approvable.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Holford Smith.
Yes, thank you. I agree with a lot of the comments that have already been stated.
Oh, and it's a little hard to hear you, maybe.
Sorry,
That's okay.
My microphone was up. I agree with a lot of the comments that have already been said. So I don't need to repeat a lot of it, but I think the comments about the sort of the thinness, the delicacy of the components, the cornice and the terrace framing, it could all be looked at, beefed up. But I think this building could take a little more meat on it. And I think that the sort of semi-transparent finish is very alien to this type of a building. And I think that an opaque finish would be much more appropriate. I think that the approach of doing a modern interpretation is great. I think there's just, when you do that, it's all comes down to the details. And so I think they need to develop it a little bit further. And I think the comments about the window proportions should be taken into consideration. The shutters it's a really interesting concept to have the sliding shutters. And I keep wondering how it would be to cut them in half and have 4 shutters. That would help with the verticality. And that might be too busy, but I think there are ideas that they can keep exploring. But I think it's heading in a good direction.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi. You're muted if you're talking.
Thank you. Could we just go back one more time to page 14? Thank you. I want to just say a couple of things before, we're going to do an RIP on this original building. And I do want to say, and by the way, I'm completely open to a new modern interpretation, that these buildings, as they were, and as some still are in our historic neighborhoods, are amazing gems. And when you walk down the street and see one, and you see like the amazing care that the owners have taken with them, who knows what's going on beside the facades? We deal with this all the time, right? In the village, like people protect the facades, and then when it gets to the inside and the back, it's completely different. But when you see these and you're walking down and you're walking through these neighborhoods, I don't know, there's just this amazing moment of awe and history and like beauty that I think I'm sort of, I feel like I'm at a funeral, finally burying this like amazing thing that on some level, it is a shame that at least on the front, it couldn't have been resurrected in a loving way. The other thing I'm going to say, and this is a completely personal decision on the part of the applicant, is I do think it's a shame that if you're going to, down the mile of energy efficiency, that, you don't go a few steps more, especially in this day and age, and especially in terms of where we're moving, to try to, I know it's rough, it's a lot of work, and to try to do a passive house. So, but that's a personal decision. So now moving to this, new design, I think my colleagues have hit on all of the key points here, but I do just want to emphasize a few of them. Somebody has like a radio or something going on in the background. I'm not really sure, maybe a computer. This whole idea of weight, proportion, and lightness is the thing that detracts from the intentions that the applicant has here. And if you just not only look at what was here originally, where the facade is so like harmoniously and put together in terms of detail and proportion and weight, and even and also the building next to it to the left. I think the applicant is doing this building a disservice. And if you're going to make a move and make a statement, modern statement in a neighborhood that is, pretty much historic, except for some of these crazy things that have happened in terms of its architecture, I think you want to make sure that you are that you're paying a lot of attention to the details. So you're adding the texture and weight that will give this building what it needs to not only blend to make a statement, but to also fit in with the context. So quickly, the direction of the cornice is a nice direction, but I agree it needs more weight. There's something very flat about the windows that also doesn't do any sort of justice to the facade. I could go with these modern shutters, but if they left, I would be completely happy if the rest of the front design had a little more heft. On the porch, I feel the same way about the roof of this porch. It's a little too thin. I feel like the columns are spindly. I mean, it's the whole thing just needs a little more. And I absolutely do not think, I absolutely think it needs to be a painted surface. I don't think this bleached wood fits in here. I think beach house is a perfect, is really what it calls to mind to me. I'm okay with the proportions in the back. If I were making some changes in the front in terms of paint, etc., I would, maybe relook at what I was doing in the back as well, but otherwise I'm okay with it. One more thing, it's great that this fence is here, but in some way I feel like there needs to be some kind of gesture that's made to it, because otherwise I think it doesn't quite, the connection doesn't work.
Great. Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Chapin.
I agree with most of the comments of other commissioners. The primary one being that the rear and the rooftop additions are fine. There are issues with the facade. I agree with the remarks, particularly about some added weight needed to the cornice and the porch roof and columns to beef it up to better relate to other, especially its original sister building. And I found the discussion, Commissioner Chu's remarks about verticality particularly interesting as well. And I was wondering if they could use vertical louvers on the shutters on the second floor instead of horizontal ones. Might be a simple way of just achieving a vertical look. Other people have had some other comments on the size of the windows. Doesn't trouble me as much, but that seems to be an issue for several of the commissioners. But so my main things are just this, the front. Number one, if it is true, as Michael has suggested or asked, that the original material is there, it might really be a much better solution to use the, and we would, I think, want them to use the original wood maybe. So that it is important for that probing to take place and find out what kind of condition that wood is in, and if it's possible to just restore or repair it, which might even be a less expensive alternative for them. And then, they could still go with the modern design, which with the changes that have been made to this building and others, I also find completely appropriate.
Okay. All right, great. I want to thank you all for your very thoughtful comments. And I think this is, it's always, as I said, the commission would welcome a restoration. That is something that would be eligible for a staff review and is not before us. So this isn't a binary, choice here. We are being presented with something that is an interpretive approach. And so that's what we're looking at. I think, though, the commission, in your thoughtful comments, has really identified some key areas and elements that that result in this design not quite being appropriate yet in terms of its level of articulation, detail, and its relationship to the sort of primary features still that are still retained on the other buildings in the row. So we'll take no action today, and we will ask the applicants to think very carefully about many of the great comments and suggestions that were made in our discussion today and come back to us when they're ready. Okay, so thank you. And that concludes this item, and it concludes our public hearing today, April 25th.